best not miss. My people. Hope everybody's Friday is popping, percolating, doing its thing, right? One, two, three, four. Let me see where my people at. Shout out to my bro Joe over here in this situation, rocking with us. Listen, we actually have a pretty popping show today. Oftentimes, I catch myself. Well, it's justifiable too. It's justifiable. We have so many of these conversations to where we catch ourselves wondering, why aren't they understanding what we're talking about? Why aren't they getting what we're saying? Okay, maybe if I articulate it better, they'll get it. And I think in order for us to pull that off, you know what? Matter of fact, we're going to go ahead and jump right into the show. Let's get TikTok going. Let's get the crazies over here. You know what? You know what? You know what? Let's try something. Let's try something different. Let's try something different today. We've never done this, but we're going to try it today. Consequences. We're going to try this. We've never done this, but we're going to try it today. Listen, shout out to all of my people who are already over here kicking it with us. Listen, I'm going to give you guys time enough to reach out to your family, friends, and loved ones because they're not going to want to miss this one. We're going to lay this thing out. I'm going to, you know what? Give me 1 second. I need you guys to share the show really quick because we have one that you would want your daughter to see, your auntie to see, your mother to see, right? Let's go, people. Hit that like, hit that share button and that like button. Let's get this thing going. Let's get this thing going, people. Hit that thumbs up button. You know, somebody told me I had eczema, so we had to, yeah, right? Let's go. Hit that thumbs up button, people. Let's get it together so we can get it together. Let's go. Listen, people. I think that what we're dealing with today is a situation where children have been let go in candy stores. Nobody realized it, but that's what we're dealing with on the dating market today. What we're dealing with is children have been released in candy stores. Shout out to TikTok, Instagram over here kicking it, YouTube. Salute, salute. Happy Friday to all of my people rocking with us. But listen, what we're talking about today is the consequences for partying too late in life. That typically happens in the black community on an extremely crazy level. For those of you, if it might seem like I'm looking somewhere else, we're looking at 3 different screens right now. We're rocking with TikTok, we're rocking with YouTube, and Facebook, right? But listen, I think what's going on, well, I know for a fact that what's going on, especially in the black community, people are partying too long. People are having extravagant amounts of sex for too long. we're hitting the clubs and things like that too long. The price that women pay for being promiscuous / mismanaging the best years of their lives. Listen, a lot of people don't know this. There's a thing called dating money. All women are born with this, but they can't utilize it until they get old enough to date. A woman's dating money is her youthful beauty, her perky tatas, right? Having no children. She hasn't been dating, so her mind, she's not a bitter woman, right? Her poontang hasn't been ran through. I think somehow people don't understand that when you are at your highest value, this is when you're supposed to be looking for your mate, because your mate is going to see that high value in you and you'll be able to purchase higher quality mates. It's like waiting. It's like having $10,000 and waiting till you spend $8,000 of it up, then going to the Gucci store. You're not going to get the best that the Gucci store has to offer. That's what a lot of women are doing today. You're playing games with the years when you were the most beautiful, when you didn't have children yet, when you hadn't gained weight yet. You're partying, having miscellaneous sex, right? And then once you hit the wall, now you get serious about getting in a relationship. And it doesn't work like that. Once you start your decline, what do you think you're going to be able to get when you go to the Amazon Amazing Man store? What do you think that you're going to be able to get? Listen, if you guys pay attention to social media, right now, shout out to Instagram rocking with us over here. If you guys pay attention to Instagram right now, you see a plethora of women complaining. And their only conclusion that they can come to is men ain't shit. No, you waited too long to start getting serious about dating. Now that you've had a couple of children by a couple of different men, right? Now that you have kind of an attitude because you've been, in some bad relationships with men, this and that. Now you want to go looking for a man when he can detect all of these things on you. That's not when you're supposed to go looking for your man, right? What age do you think women in the white community go looking for their husbands? It's between the ages of 25 to 27. Their boobs are still perky. Their youthful looks are somewhat still intact. They haven't had any children yet, things like that. They're presenting themselves, Asian women too. They're presenting themselves to men. Listen, women aren't going to like to hear me say this. You are auditioning to get selected to be married. No one wants to hear it said like that, but it's the truth. Women are in control of sex. You definitely are the bosses as it pertains to who gets to have sex, but men are in control of marriage. Those of you who see marriage and having a life partner as a benefit, you have to audition. Look, picking up my new Escalade next week and keeping these mutts on the outside looking. See what I'm saying? This is what I'm telling you, ladies. Tell me that this doesn't make sense. Tell me it doesn't make more sense when you were in your 20s and your boobs were perky. Your stomach was flat. You hadn't had any kids yet. You didn't have wrinkles on your stomach, things like that. Your face was still smooth, skin tight, no need for Botox, any of that. Listen, your hair is at its healthiest state. You don't have to wear hair weave and things like that. Wouldn't you think that that's the best time for you to put yourself out there on the dating market and find your husband? You want your husband to find you when you are at your peak, when you are at your prime. And that's why you guys see a lot of women on social media right now complaining about men because they don't understand what's going on. There's a thing that I call the dating retirement age, the DRA. That is the age that a woman hits when it gets exponentially more difficult to get a man to date you for something serious, something other than sex. Now, some of you may be too old right now. Some of you may, and I'm not saying too old in the text that you can't score, because I'll tell you something now. I'm going to give you guys a cheat code. On this show, Miss She said, there's my girl. Frankie, what's going on? What's going on? One Love Podcast in this situation rocking with us. Listen, I'm going to give you ladies a cheat code. I'm going to give you a cheat code. Some of you are feminists, some of you are independent women, so you'll have the mindset, I don't need no man, things like that. But for those of you ladies who would love to have someone see you through to the later years of your life, right? When the doctor comes in and gives you a diagnosis, someone to rock with you when the doctor comes tell you he found a lump in your breast, someone who's going to be there with you all the way to the end when the doctor says they regret to inform you that they found the C word, right? I think a lot of people don't even know what the biggest pride, what the most valuable thing about dating is. A lot of people throw the term gold digging around because women want men with money. That's not even the most valuable thing about a man. It's not. The most valuable thing about a man is having someone to see you all the way to the end of life in your later years when we become more and more vulnerable. When your body starts to break down, when you start to get a diagnosis from a doctor, when they tell you that you have to have 3 toes cut off. In Western society, we have taken this thing about dating and we have minimized its value. The problem with that is what we're seeing right now is women are coming up later in life and they're seeing the value of having a life partner. They're seeing the value of having a life partner. What I'm going to tell you, ladies, is this. If you have stepped in that poo-poo, one thing that can increase any woman's dating value, be nice. It's almost impossible for a man to resist a nice woman. You guys don't even understand. You don't even have to be gorgeous. If you're a nice woman, you automatically fit into the biology of a man. It's what we were designed for, a woman. But oftentimes today we see women, they don't resemble women. They're masculine women in the West. We have a lot of masculine women in the West. I don't need no man, independent woman. That's stupid as hell, to be honest. That's some of the dumbest stuff that we've seen surfacing today. Listen, I want to tell you guys something that's crazy. A lot of you are familiar with this thing. What is it called? The 50-50 thing, right? Women are saying, I won't deal with no man, no 50-50 man. If he's not paying all of the bills, he can go ahead somewhere. But right now, you're paying 100% of your bills. This is why we think you guys are crazy sometimes. Right now, you're paying 100% of your bills. But a man who's willing to take 50% of that off of your shoulders is an insult to you? If he won't take 100% of your life expenses off of your shoulders, then he's a piece of shit. See, this is why it's difficult for us to get along today, because men are logical and women are high-level emotional. And where a lot of women are getting their information from, they're getting it from TikTok. They're getting it from trends. They're listening to other women say things like, what was her name? Kayla, she was messing with the football player. Do I look like a 50-50 woman? Okay, well now he's went and got with Taylor Swift and he doesn't have to worry about a woman who's trying to gold dig. Now you're single and he's with Taylor Swift. Now you're paying 100% of your bills. This is why men and women struggle getting along, because some of the things that you guys latch on to, it's crazy as hell to us. That's like going Travis Kelce. That's what I'm talking about. Papa Bear, I appreciate it. Kayla Nicole. This woman did an interview and said, do I look like a 50-50 woman to you? In other words, What makes you think that I'm responsible to pay my own life expenses? See, that's another selfish nature of a woman as well. Not all women, but a lot of women. It takes a great deal of audacity to think that you're entitled, that someone else pays your life expenses. I don't get my fingernails done. So why do I have a mani and pedi bill? I don't wear hair weave. So why am I paying hundreds of dollars a month for hair weave? Now, if I do it for you, it means I dig you. I see value in you. And I know that makes you happy. So I'll probably do it here and there. But for you guys to be making statements like, I won't deal with a 50-50, man, it's crazy as hell to us. And then we start dipping out dealing with other women. This woman, and I'm going to be honest with you, Kayla Nicole, she's an attractive woman, but without makeup, she's an average looking woman. She's an average looking woman. You guys are staying on the dating highway too long. You don't know that you don't have the leverage that you think you have. You really, really don't. Shout out to my girl, Miss She Said, keeping the show going, rocking with her. My girl. She said, I've been with my husband 27 years now. Okay, now I'm going to break the value of that down to you guys. Yeah, legs over her shoulder. Listen, I'll give her better than that. She's more than a 4 without the makeup. But I'll say she's not, she's normal. She's normal. Let me see. I say, without having to think too hard about it, maybe all of the women that I've dated, except for, on a serious level that I've dated, except for 2 of them, look better than Kayla Nicole. And what's happening is you guys are starting to resemble something that's very arrogant. Listen, men are really good people. Men are nothing like women. Listen, men seek to acquire assets and fortunes so that we can take care of our families, so that we can provide and do nice things for our families. Women want money so they can get away from the men. I'm an independent woman, things like that. Women choose their careers and things over family. Men are the exact opposite. Think about all of these podcasts. Do you see what men are addressing on these podcasts? We're addressing the decline of families. We know that that's what's important. Men are giving women advice on how to help us get these families going back. Guess what women are doing on these podcasts? Demonstrating ratchet behavior. Independent woman. I don't need no man. It means you are not about family, and we are about family. Family is important. You can't have communities without families. Look at families, look at communities like clusters of families. In the African American community, we don't have families. We have women who have children, is what we have. And that's why the world doesn't respect us. How the hell can you respect a group of people who, if you just look from the outside in, it doesn't look like they respect themselves? The reason we know they don't respect themselves, because we don't have families. We have women who have children. That does not suggest that you respect yourself. Then when we speak out against it, you say we hate women. Right? No, we're telling you that you're effing this thing up. You guys were never supposed to latch on to that feminism movement like you did. Listen, I want all of you guys, those of you who are on YouTube, you already know about this. I challenge you right now. Go to YouTube and look up Cosmopolitan Magazine Comes Clean. There's a woman, an editor, she was an old editor of Cosmopolitan Magazine, and she decided to become a Catholic, but she had to get the weight of the truth off of her heart. If you go and you look at that, you guys got manipulated at the highest level. Big time retailers paid Cosmopolitan Magazine to sell you ladies the Sex and the City lifestyle. Listen, you know how in journalism, they require that you have sources? They even went around that some. You guys got manipulated into breaking away from the family dynamic. Listen, don't listen to me. Go to YouTube. Look up Cosmopolitan Magazine editor tells all. It's crazy if you just listen to her say it all. It's crazy. The reason that all of this is taking place, listen, I want to say this to all of the women. The truth of the matter is, we know that men are the superpower of the world. Do you think men couldn't have stopped feminism if they wanted to? You think we couldn't have? Listen, you think men couldn't have banned all of the feminist and independent woman hashtags that got it going on social media? Because we saw them do it with that super straight thing. When that thing gained traction, some of you don't know what super straight is. My husband pays for everything, thank God, but it wasn't always like that. You know what? A woman who permeates value, a man will take delight in putting calluses on his hands to make that woman's life easier. A good woman, a nice woman, men have taken other men's lives about women like this. The value that you place on a nice feminine woman, you can't put a monetary value on her. Because a good woman, a nice woman, she can help a man who's down on his luck soar through the clouds, right? But we don't have an abundance of that today. We have women who are in competition with men. Saying things like men and women are equal. This is why it's difficult for us to respect you as a whole. Because some of the things, men are logical, women are emotional. Men break down the things we read and the things we see. We break these things down and we filter them through logic, statistics, historical data. We break these things down, we filter them, and then we see what's left after that. Now, when you guys say things like men and women are equal, we are forced to look at you like you're slow. We don't even think the same. We don't even have the same purposes. We don't have the same assignments. God gave us different assignments than he gave you. And because he expected different things out of us than he expected out of you, he gave us a toolbox that had different things in it than the toolbox he gave you. Men have been given the ability to take themselves to a place to where we can kill if necessary. We have been given a tool set to where we can get very, very nasty if the time calls for it. And it's usually a benefit to you. These are our defender skills, right? Women, the primary weapon inside, the primary tool inside of women's toolbox that God gave them according to their purpose, their femininity, their ability to be cooperative, right? Childbearing. But most important, to be a helper to a man's purpose. Women don't like to hear this. You guys know me, I say it. Let's go. Turbulence, people. If you're not familiar with this show, when you hear that, I'm probably about to say something that's going to offend somebody. Outside of a woman's connection to a man, she is of minimal purpose on this earth. If you disagree with me, name me the greatest compliments that have been passed down to women since the beginning of time. It's always something like this. She's an amazing mother. She's an amazing wife. Outside of a woman's connection to a man, what she typically does is get in trouble. Why do you listen, there's no wonder that the highest demographic of single women are also ranked the most undesirable group of women on the entire planet to date. Look at what happens when women get outside of the leadership of men. You guys end up with multiple children by multiple men. That's crazy work. That's crazy. Listen, I want to see if we're all on the same page. Look, my brother Papa Bear down there snapping. Let me see. Am Christian, so shut up. People don't like hearing shit that offends them. I can't comprehend that. But right. Most of these women don't like to believe in God. The reason that we know that that's true, because as you see them maneuvering around in society today, it doesn't resemble God. The scripture says, "Wherefore you shall know a tree by the fruit that it bears." A person who worships God, you can look at them and you can tell in their everyday behavior. Even a person who's trying to be obedient to God, you can look at them and you can see traces of it in their everyday behavior. How the hell do you end up with 3 children by 3 different men? We're going to give you 2. We will be humble and give you 2, because some man might have been a good man to you, it was a good relationship, but it didn't work out, right? And then in the pursuit of love, you try to start a second family. 3 children by 3 different men? Jeez. I tell people this. That is like the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot. A woman who has 3 children by 3 different men, you've maybe heard of it before, but no one's ever really seen it. That's how outrageous that is. Do you know what that does to your dating value? Listen, do you know what it does to your dating value to have 2 children by 2 different men and be a single woman? I guarantee you the single women down there know what I'm talking about, because they're still single because of this. Now, when we come up here, we don't come up here to degrade women and make them feel bad about past decisions they've made. But we are hoping that you may learn something and be able to pass it on to your daughter so she doesn't step in the same dog pool that you did. For some reason, we can't get women to be honest with their children about how difficult it is to navigate through the dating waters when you're a multi-tier baby mama. One, listen, if you're a very beautiful woman, or it looks like you used to be very beautiful, you can get away with having 1 child and being a single woman. A man might still lock you down. But if you have 2 children by 2 different men, it's going to be tough to get a quality man. Anybody who wants to disagree with this, you can disagree with it, but we can look around in society and hear all of the complaints of the women that the information is valid. Listen, Papa Bear said after the second failed, tie those tubes. What are you going to do? You're just going to keep having babies? You're just going to keep doing it? Listen, oftentimes men get a lot of their status based on what their peers and based on what society thinks about them, right? We're going to be honest about this. There's a reason why men don't marry strippers. I'm not saying none do, but men of status, our peers make fun of us because we're basically telling the world that that's the best that we could do. A woman who shows the rest of the world her body. If you show the rest of the world your body, then what part of you do I have that's mine's and only mine's? Right? Men gain a lot of their respect and their social status based upon what their peers feel about them, what is said about them. That's why we don't mess. That's why we don't get in a train. Listen, you guys know what I'm talking about when I say a train, a woman who doesn't mind taking on 3 or 4 men at once. And then you have the guy who went last that we haven't heard from him in some months. Next thing we know, when we do see him, he's walking down the street holding that woman's hand who we ran the train on. We don't have respect for men like that. There's a reason that we don't have respect for men like that. Because you're telling the world that that was the best that you could do. And if that was the best that you could do, we're not the same. We're not the same. I want to say this to the ladies. The topic of today's show is the price that women pay for being promiscuous or mismanaging the best years of their lives. Ladies, I'm going to say this. You can do this. You can spend all of the best years of your life, right? When your bodies are perky, right? When your boobs are perky. When you're still fine. When your body is banging. When men are blowing up your phone, right? You can take all of that attention. Men are buying you things. Men are vying for your attention, right? You can take all of that and run with it. spend your younger years partying, drinking, right? Hanging out with different men and enjoying yourself? Hey, listen, my fault, YouTube. You know I'm not neglecting you. We got 3 different screens going on right now. And those of you who haven't subscribed to our YouTube yet, the clips that you guys see on our Instagram and our TikTok, the full length shows that they come from are on our YouTube at The Real Stacey Prince. But listen, what we're seeing right now is women are being faced or forced to deal with the repercussions of partying their best years away, right? The drinking, the hanging out with all of the different types of people, the enjoying yourself. And I'm not even saying that there's anything wrong with it, right? But I will tell you this, there's a price to pay for it. There's a price that you have to pay for that. You can't really believe that you can come into this utopia of time, right? Where your life is amazing. Everything seems to be perfect. Where handsome men are crazy about you. People want to take you out to eat. People want to buy you gifts, right? Experiencing the best sex. Basically heaven on earth. You can't really believe that there's not a price to pay for something like that that sounds so amazing. You can't believe that there's not a price to pay for that. Going to the club, you don't have to buy drinks. You know you're fine. All of the dudes around are looking at you. You have your choice of any of them that you want to take home. Not only that, they buy you gifts and all things like that. You can't possibly think. Listen, I'll do this. Name me any product or experience that takes people to a place of utopia like this that doesn't come with an expensive price. I challenge any of you. Name me any product or experience that gives people a sense of utopia like this that does not come with an expensive price. You can't. You can't experience all of this without paying a price for it. And I do mean a high price. Now, for some of you, you may have had such an amazing time partying away your younger years, right? To where you would say, I gotta admit it was worth it. And I can respect that. But in most cases, once women find out the price that was required for mismanaging the best years of their lives, staying on the cock carousel for too long, partying their youth away, most people regret it and wish that they could do it all over. Because people, there is a price to pay for partying too long. Ladies, the price that the universe requires that you pay for partying too long, going to the clubs too long, living the bachelorette life too long, casual sex encounters too long, years floating by without you realizing it, you age out. You age out, TikTok. You age out, YouTube, Instagram. So much time has flown by. So much deterioration has taken place on your youthful beauty, right? Now you have kids. Younger girls who you used to look at like kids came up right behind you with their youthful beauty intact, and they are now your competition, and you can't compete with them. You can't compete with them. Ladies, the price for playing around too long with your youthful beauty, the time when you should have been using your youthful looks to capture the highest quality husband you could, the price is, in your later years, when you start to take life more serious and you start wanting somebody to care about you, you are now in a space where it is 4 times harder to get someone to be in a long-term committed relationship with you at your age. Which the late, great Kevin Samuels referred to as dying alone, paying your bills alone, right? Protecting your home by yourself. Meaning there's a high possibility that the rest of your life will be spent dating, right? And listen, most of the men who you do find attractive, They have options better than you now, which makes it unreasonable for them to even conceive to do anything with you more than have sexual encounters. It doesn't make sense. That's why Temu Kevin Samuels. Well, let me help you with this. You can say Temu Kevin Samuels, but how is your life right now? There has to be something wrong internally for you to even be able to take yourself to a place like that mentally. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about people who have done so much damage to themselves when they're at home by themselves. You guys think they're not really reflecting on this? You guys really think that a lot of these people aren't dropping tears on their pillows at night? Are you crazy? Look at the vitriol that we see all over social media. The angry women, the women who have bad attitudes. You think that they just have bad attitudes for no reason? No. They're not okay with where their life is right now. And they're not okay with where their life is right now because they mismanaged their youthful prime. Your prime is the years that everything about you is supposed to be the best. Your boobs are supposed to be the perkiest. Your vajayjay is supposed to have minimal levels of all of the things that men value about a woman. She hasn't been used much. Her body is still very attractive, right? She doesn't have any kids. She doesn't need to put makeup on with a butter knife, right? She doesn't need to get lace fronts. She hasn't been through many bad relationships, so she's not a bitter woman, right? You guys did high levels of damage to all of the things that men value about women. Now, at the later years of your life, you're finding it very difficult to get the caliber of man that you would like to have to be equally as attracted to you. And the men who are still decent men, right? A lot of you are stuck. And I'm going to say this. A lot of you are stuck in the 20 year ago version of you. You remember the men were all over you. Dudes had your phone blowing up because you were very beautiful. And in a lot of cases, some of you are still attractive. But here's the part that you don't understand. You come with baggage. If you are 40 years old and up, you come with baggage. To be honest, even if you're 35, gynecologists suggest that, it will be more difficult for you to give men children. It will pose more of a health risk at getting pregnant at that age than if you had have done it around 29, 30, 33, right? It's called geriatric pregnancy. So a man who does have his life together, if he has his life together, he's probably looking for someone he could build a family with. But you can probably only give him one child. And I'm not saying that's in all cases, but once you hit geriatric pregnancy, it does pose more of a health risk to be getting pregnant, right? Not only that, if you're 35 and you're single, if you're 40 and up and you're single, there's a reason why you're single. Anything outside of women who have been married for like 20 years and or 15 years and they got a divorce, anything outside of that, if you are 40 and up and you're single, there's something wrong with you that you haven't been able to detect yet. Because one thing about men, we are logical creatures. We don't see something amazing and opt to walk in the opposite direction of it. That is not how men move. If you are at this age and you've been chronically single, I'll say chronically single. Let me correct myself. If you are chronically single for years at a time, there's something wrong with you. Now, the cool thing is, if you are a humble woman, you can identify it. You can identify it and you can get to work on it, whatever it is. In a lot of cases, it's going to be due to the amount of kids that you have. In a lot of cases, it's going to be due to the amount of weight that you put on. Men are visual creatures. And another thing that I find ironic, I want you guys to know, I want you ladies to know this. I want you to know who you are. I'm going to tell you who you are. Men are the consumers of women. People are the consumers at the drive-thru at McDonald's. So we are McDonald's boss. McDonald's has to push out of that window what we want, or we won't buy it. Men are the consumers of women. If you don't give us what we want, we will not purchase. We're all over social media telling you guys the things that we do and don't want, the things that we do and don't like about women. And when we do it, you say sassy energy, things like that. I'd advise against that. Shout out to my people on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube. Listen, do you know that the overwhelming majority of women don't even know what the big prize in dating is? The big prize, the most valuable thing about dating is two people coming together, creating the best possible outcome for two people in the later years of their lives. See, this is what my show is about. Some of you see me on here occasionally, or you see my clips on Instagram and TikTok, but our show is on YouTube, where we have the clips that you guys like. We have the full-on interviews, 3-hour interviews on YouTube at The Real Stacey Prince. Anybody who has been rocking with us for 3 years or more, or less, they know that the premise of our show talks about two people getting together and architecting the best possible outcome for two people in the later years of their life. People aren't talking about the later years of people's lives like they should be. When our immune systems start breaking down, right? When the doctors come in and start giving out diagnoses that you never saw coming. When your favorite doctor comes in and tells you 3 toes need to be cut off. You want to deal with this by yourself? And see, this is what I'm telling you. This independent feminism movement thing, it destroyed a lot of you. You're running around here talking about men and women are equal. You're running around here talking about, I don't need, listen, let's go to this place. In case you've never heard this, men are modern day fucking superheroes. You can't name anything else that can pull off the things that men can pull off. 300,000 African-American women just lost their jobs to DEI, to the dismantling of DEI. 300,000 plus women and counting. Now, there's studies that show that right now, people are in college right now studying for occupations that AI will be replacing 6 months from now. I'm going to tell you guys what you're about to see that you've never seen before. Now, this is going primarily to the African American community. You are about to see the most cooperative and submissive black women you've ever seen in your lives. Because what allowed black women to poke their chests out and attempt to roar like lions, I pay all my own bills. I don't need no man, this and that. The women are already going viral, coming on TikTok and Instagram, talking about, what am I going to do? I did everything that I was told to do. My mom said, be a good woman, go to school. She said, I got my education. Now I just lost my job. I'm about to lose my house. I'm about to lose my car. My credit cards are maxed out. What's the thing? Where DoorDash. DoorDash doesn't work for me. See, a lot of you have established high overheads due to how you were living when you had those jobs. What happens when that high overhead stays, but that income goes? The Bible says this in Isaiah, and in that day, 7 women shall cleave to one man, saying, we have our own things. Only let us come unto you that our reproach may be removed from us. Those of you who talk about, if a man cheats on me, I wish somebody would, and this and this and that. In a very, very, very small amount of time, you will be begging to be a man's number 3. You will be begging. We're on the brink of civil war right now already. And I believe that it is going to happen. I believe that we are about to have a race war. I believe that we're about to have a race war. Um, Fire Lawn said men are just getting tired of the way women act nowadays. It's like they have no class. They don't. They're masculine. See, you guys think, I don't know who told you this. Men can't be replaced. Listen, when DEI fails, right? When AI comes for all these jobs, men will always be okay. God created us like that. Men will always be able to utilize our intellect, our logic, and our physical strength to always generate an income. Construction will always need employees. We will always need police officers. We will always need people for the armed forces. A broken and dysfunctional man is still valuable to the world, but a broken and dysfunctional woman is a liability to the world. A broken and dysfunctional man, his strength can still be utilized and harnessed for security companies, for construction. A broken and dysfunctional woman, she can only get in trouble, which is why you see so many women having multiple children by multiple men. A woman who does not have a good man to lead her. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't some women who have navigated through this life on their own and done well for themselves. But in general, the majority, you guys get in trouble without men. And if you don't believe me, name me the highest demographic of women, of single women in America, right? Name me the highest demographic of single women in America. And I guarantee you, it will also be the same demographic of women who has the highest levels of dysfunction. It's African American women. Have you ever noticed that the women with the highest rate of marriage, they're not the ones who society's complaining about? It's the women who aren't being governed by men. And I'm not saying, where my food at? Fix me a sandwich. I'm not talking in those terms. I'm talking about, I believe a man should respect a woman, but I believe a woman should know her place as well. You know, what I've always found ironic, especially black women are the most religious group of people on the planet. They are the first at church every Sunday, but they don't adhere to the Bible. The Bible tells them, I usurped a woman to not have authority over a man. Right? But look how many of them voted for Kamala Harris. And I'm not getting into the Democrat versus Republican thing. I don't care about any of that stuff. I'm talking about you guys have gotten so far outside of your natural, original, intended design, the assignment that God Almighty gave you, to where you don't even resemble women anymore. Got a bitch fucked up. Wish a nigga would. Period. You guys resemble everything but something that a man would be attracted to. Why do you think that men are attracted to masculinity? We are the masculine force. You think we're attracted to that? Those are the ones who we don't treat so well. Listen, I'll say this. Yeah. We need it to get our reparations. I don't believe in reparations. I don't believe in reparations at all. I don't believe in welfare. And here's why I say that. You know what I know from my research? You know when black people have performed at the highest levels? When we had to. You know when we performed at the lowest levels? When we accepted handouts from the government. Welfare in Section 8 destroyed. When our women decided to go over there and accept those handouts, it destroyed the entire African American community. It destroyed us. Then our women emerged once they got their own places and things like that, because their rent was $17 a month, because they had all of that freedom and all of that privacy to do whatever they wanted to. You started looking up and you started seeing a surge of women with multiple children by multiple men, which means they were having different men come in and out of their homes. One going out the front door, woman coming in the back door. I'm going to say something that you guys may get a little bit ruffled about. Turbulence, people. Women should have never been given equal rights. Now, I'm not talking from a perspective of what would make women feel good, because if we want to talk about what would make women feel really good, okay, they should have been given equal rights. But I'm talking about what would make the communities better, what would give us larger families, right? The reason I say that is this. If men were given 100% rights, women should have been given around 40, 50% of rights, minus the decision-making ability to impact large groups of people. Look what you did to yourselves. Because you're emotional beings. You guys black women and black men were married around 1965. Black men and black women were married at an 80% rate. We were married at a higher rate than white people were. Around 1968, African American women divorced black men and married the American government. If you want to know who a group of people belongs to, assess who they get their food from. Assess who protects them. Assess who they get their shelter from. African American women sought to go get all of that from the American government. That's why they started doing those inspections, coming through the Section 8 housing, making sure that there was no items that looked like they belonged to a man, because they implemented a rule to where you can have this house, but no man can live here with you. That was the dismantling of the black family. Anybody who disagrees can come up. Do you know how much better we are together than we are apart from each other? That's why every other group of people is outperforming us. Every other group of people is outperforming us because we are moving around competing on a level of individualism, and white people, Latina people, they are operating as teams, husband and wife. How can you get more accomplished as an individual than other people can as teams? Can't. That's why we generate more money than the Latino community, but their marital rate is higher than ours. Right? Because our women took on a form of masculinity and feminism that dismantled us. And here's what I mean. Somebody told women that if a man cheats, leave him. How did that work for you? How did that work for you? You leave a man you've been with for 3 years. I don't say stay with a long-term cheater. I say give a man up until about 3 to 4 cheats before you leave. Because once those children, studies show what happens to children when they're raised in a house without a father. Now, if you leave him after 3 or 4 times cheating, then when those kids need a lifetime of therapy, at least you won't be able to feel guilty. At least you'll be able to say, I put up with it as long as I could, right? But in most cases, when you guys leave a man for cheating, you don't end up doing better than him. Somebody prove me wrong. Shout out to my bro Biggs over here with the Cash App supporting the show. I appreciate you, my guy. And that was our first show support. Reparations is what is due to our people. Jews have been getting theirs every year because of Holocaust. It doesn't matter. Perform or don't perform. Look at Black Wall Street. The worst thing that happened to us was integration. We didn't have our own hospitals. We didn't have our own stores, right? We didn't have our own businesses. And white people were acting funny towards us. So guess what we had to do? We had to build our own. And we did. See, as long as we're integrated today, black people will continue to utilize all of the resources of white America. And as long as we continue to utilize all of the resources of white America will own us. Do you know what it's like to be able to say, if you don't do what we say do, we will not allow you in our grocery stores anymore? Right? Look what's going on. Shout out to my bro Biggs over here with the Cash App supporting the show. I appreciate it. Those of you who want to rock with us and support the show, you can support it at the Real Stacey Prince on Cash App or PayPal. I appreciate it, brother. It was never good for us. Dependence is a weapon. Dependence is not a good thing because you can be extorted. You will be extorted. As long as people know that they have something, not that you want, but that you must have, you belong to them. You belong to them. And I'll go so far as to say this. The time that we spend talking about reparations, if we took that time and we started building our own things, in an amount of time, we would start to resemble a people who didn't even need reparations because we are a powerful people. We are superhuman beings. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Why do you think so many billions of dollars a year is spent to suppress black people and keep them from reaching certain heights? Because we are the entertainment industry. We are the sports industry. Everything we touch, we dominate it, right? Everything we touch, we dominate it. So I'm going to go off so far as to say this. I don't blame white people for oppressing us. I think that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Imagine this. Imagine Ukraine approaching Russia and saying, hey, will you please loan us the money that we need to go buy more weapons so we can more adequately defend ourselves against you and potentially overthrow you? That's what black people are doing every time we ask the American government for resources so we can better our communities. I think white America would be dumb as hell to help us get into a place where we were high-level contenders of them. You don't think that would be stupid as hell? Have you ever done it? Have you ever helped one of your nemesis or your foes get better footing today where they could be a contender of yours? You guys have to wake up. When you just think about it, it sounds crazy. Hey, help me overthrow you. Sure. Hey, send them over there $3 trillion so that they can create an infrastructure that will allow them to more adequately compete with us. The late, great Malcolm X said, don't fix your mouth to say the words freedom until you're willing to lose your life for it. That is the price that is required for freedom. It is the price that is required. Yeah, look, fire alarms. And see, this is what we're talking about. In most cases, when you ladies listen, I wish a nigga would cheat on me, let the doorknob hit him when the good Lord split him. There's not a woman down here who can't tell me that from her experiences, from her girlfriend's experience, from her mom's experience, that what we have seen when women leave the man that they have the children by, the man who already knows what her farts smell like, the man who has saw her panties when they're in the worst of shape, the man who has seen her when she looks her worst in the morning, you typically don't leave him and go do better than him. You're going to leave a man who knows all of your dirty secrets. A man who has smelled your coochie on one of your off days. A man who has seen your stomach, and due to having so many children, it looks like a wet, soggy oatmeal pie. And he just grabs that soggy stomach and You're going to leave that man, get out there on the dating highway, and start auditioning to see if you can find a man who will put up with all of those things that your last guy loved. You're not using your heads. You're not using your heads. Most of the time when you guys leave men, you're single for years. Years. And the whole time you're single, your body count is increasing. Your body count is increasing. You don't make sense to us. You don't make sense to us. That's why when we get a hold to you, this is wrong on men's behalf. It's wrong, and we should think better. We should more properly assess women as a whole. But we've seen you guys do so many foolish things that are crazy to us. It causes us to look at you guys a certain way as a whole. So when we smash, right? Those of you who have multiple children by multiple different men, those of you who have gained weight, those of you who have kind of a snappy attitude. Yes, we treat you like you're only good for sex. Yes, you know that we use you as pit stops. And then once we have our orgasm, the first thing that you hear is the infamous belt buckle jingle. This is what you hear. For those of you who don't know what the infamous belt buckle jingle is, that is when a man has deemed you of so low of a quality of woman that the moment that man is on top of you, as soon as he releases, the first thing that you hear is that man reaching for his pants, signaling his immediate exit. Or else you'll get this. Shit, shorty, what you about to do? You aren't the type who, after that man releases, you want to order something to eat, babe? Or he puts his arm up under the back of your neck. Where's the remote control at, babe? Let's watch something and order. You don't get that type of treatment because of all of the damage that you've done to yourself and your guys' reputation. You guys have done so much damage to your image to where a lot of men look at a lot of you the same. When you have 3 children by 3 different men, it's hard for a man to even contemplate a scenario where he deals with you on a serious level. Look around at all of your friends. Look around at all of your friends. I guarantee you, the ones that have multiple children by multiple men, they are having an exponentially tougher time dating than women who haven't taken themselves down that path. Men are not biologically wired to desire to go into relationships with women who have children by other men. Each one of those children represents a marking upon you of another man. Look in the animal kingdom. Look at how lions function when it comes to that. They destroy those offsprings. When they overtake a pride, they wipe out the youngs. But you guys don't think about that when you're out here in the dating world dating. You look at it from a perspective of having fun. But then while you're having all of that fun, you're not looking at it from a perspective that you're going to get older one day. You're going to desire your own man. You're going to desire to be married. You're going to desire a man who won't cheat on you. But you no longer qualify for that due to all of the shenanigans you were doing out there on the dating highway. I tell you guys this all of the time. The dating highway was not meant for you guys to jump out there and play around on for an extended period of time. The dating highway was for you to jump on it, look and see what it is that's enticing to you, get it, and jump right back off of the dating highway. You didn't see that car sitting over there on bricks, all the rims gone? You didn't see this car sitting over here with the grill missing? This one right here with the bumper hanging off? That's what's out there on the dating highway. A lot of casualties. The dating highway was not something that you were supposed to jump on and stay for an extended period of time. There is a lot of carnage on the dating highway. And those of you who stayed on it too long, society can look at you and tell you're one of the ones who stayed on the dating highway for too long. You know how we can tell? You've gained 100 pounds. You know how we can tell? You have multiple children by multiple men. You have kind of a fiery attitude, right? Your vajayjay has been beaten to pieces. And I think a lot of women don't understand that men, we can detect all of this usage on you. We can detect all of this usage on you. Listen. So I was dealing with a 28-year-old, right? I was dealing with a 28-year-old. Everything about her body was tight. If I fell asleep, if I would just rub her stomach, her entire stomach felt tight. All aspects of her skin was smooth. Her mentality was bubbly, right? The reason her mentality was bubbly is because she had not went through all of the dating debacles and dilemmas that a lot of women who are 40 have went through. She had not experienced a man putting his hands on her. She had not experienced getting a train ran on her, right? She still had some of her humanity intact. Listen, her vajayjay, it was like brand new off the showroom floor. Versus when we deal with older women who have been spent significant time on the dating highway, let's just say you typically don't have a problem fitting in there. Even well-endowed men, when you've dealt with a young woman, you notice the difference immediately. Listen, even her mentality is not as corrupted. She hasn't been forced to wake up at 3 a.m. and deal with children crying, so she doesn't have that spiky attitude, right? She still has the ability to be happy. She still has the ability to experience misfortunes and cry. A lot of women today, they don't even have the ability. You can call them bitches and you got me fucked up. And they don't have the ability to be soft, sensitive, or even, they're broken. A lot of them are broken. What I will tell you, ladies, listen, Instagram, those of you who want to keep rocking with us, I'm about to switch over here, come over here to our YouTube on The Real Stacey Prince. But listen, a lot of you ladies who know you have done significant amounts of damage to yourself, a lot of the things that you've heard me speak on, you can admit honestly that you've stepped on some of that barbed wire. There are ways that you can repair some of the damage that you've done to yourself. And I'm going to tell you one of the main ones. Learn how to be nice. Learn how to be nice. There is something about a woman who is feminine and nice that is almost irresistible to men. You guys aren't nice. You don't know how to be nice to a man for no reason at all. Therefore, we don't look at you like ladies. We look at you like females. I'm going to tell you one more gem before we go. Those of you ladies who have done significant levels of damage to your dating value, maybe you had children and a couple of them are still in the house, right? Your age is a factor too, right? Maybe you're already in your 40s. Maybe you were already born unattractive looking, which that's not a knock to you. That's nothing to make fun of or anything. Some of us were just born unattractive, but it's not a plus to your dating value. I'm going to tell you something that will increase your value significantly if you do this. Get fit. Men are visual creatures. Listen, the men down here will tell you, most men have experienced this. Hey, what's going on, bro? What you up to? Oh, shit. Listen, man, I got these two shorties over here, man. I've been messing with her old girl for a minute. She got her friend with her. What she look like? I mean, she ain't all that, but hey, her body's straight. All right, come pick me up. That's how much a woman who is in shape impacts a man. There is something about a woman, and we're not talking about go get all tone and things like that. We're just saying don't be fat. If you look at a woman who's just fit, she may not even have any tatas. But what she does have, it makes it look good because she's not all big down here. It makes her look more feminine. I'm telling you guys, it's just the overall plus. Lose the weight and learn how to be nice. On a scale of 1 to 10, a woman whose dating value is a 5, if she loses the weight and learns how to be nice, it'll push her up to a 6.5. A man will deal with a woman who's not gorgeous if every time he comes around her, he just feels like he's in the presence of goodness. Listen, you don't have to agree with anything that I'm saying. Ladies, learn how to say yes instead of yeah. You guys do a lot of things that remind us of men. Learn how to say yes instead of yeah. Don't call men bro. That stuff is crazy work. Like me, a woman like that, she can only top me off. That's it. Bro? You calling me bro? You know who does that? Men do that to each other. So what do you think is going to pop up in my head when you call me bro? Jeez. I don't know if you guys think that's cute or not, but it's not. It is not. I'm sitting here trying to look at you as some classy woman who I can see exponential levels of value in it. You call me bro? Hey, babe, did you da? Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I remember African American women used to say this. Only reason y'all mess with them white girls is because they do what y'all say. Yeah. Hey, listen, sometimes my sisters trip me out because some of the things they say are crazy. Only reason y'all go to work is so you can get a paycheck. Yeah. We do like a woman who it's easy for us to guide her and lead her. There is something very, very, very attractive about a woman who says yes instead of yeah. Yeah, you remind me of a nigga when you say yeah. Now, I'm going to say this. Some African American women, they can't knock where they grew up, what type of lingo they picked up, and things like that. I have empathy for that, right? Some of us grew up in urban environments and we picked up some. But listen, before I go, I want to say this to you ladies. Do you know that a lot of the things that the flaws that you have about yourself can be fixed? The things that men find unattractive about women, you can do research and find out what this is. And then you can be honest with yourself and say, I do have a smart mouth, right? And then you can say, I did used to be a hoe. I do have 3 children by 3 different men. Did you know that you can get on ChatGTP right now? Lay out your dilemmas. I'm a mouthy woman sometimes. I have 3 children by 3 different men. I'm overweight, but I've come to a place where I desire to be loved by somebody, and I desire for men to be able to see me as something worth marrying. And then say this. Give me a breakdown of exercises that I could work on weekly for 1 month straight to decrease the flaws in those areas that I have. Do you know that ChatGTP will give you a breakdown of weekly exercises that you can do to make yourself better in the flaws that you have? You don't have to cash at me. Just do better. You guys are going to come to a place. A lot of you have already come to this place. It's called the wall, where all of the attempts that you make, all of the sexy dresses that you're wearing, you're starting to notice that you're not starting to get the same reactions from men that you used to get. You've hit the wall. Listen, I know a woman right now. She is so beautiful. She is so feminine. She is everything that a man would want. But I can't agree to lock in with her on a long-term relationship because of her age. That is not her fault at all. This woman, by all metrics, this woman is an 8. If this woman was around 35, I would marry her right now. If she was 40, I would marry her right now. If she was 45, I would marry her right now. I said that to let you guys know your age plays a factor too, which suggests stop playing. You don't have the time that you think you have. Stop playing. Those of you who are 45 and up, there's a thing that I need you to learn how to do. There's a thing that I need you to learn how to do. It's called shut the fuck up. That's what time it is, ladies. If you're 45 and up, you need to train yourself to be able to overlook things, not be as picky about things, not be as mouthy as you are to men, not be the type who talks back, who has to have the last word about everything. At 45 and up, you have hit the wall. And before he has to listen to your mouth, some of you ladies who, when you were in your prime, there's something you didn't notice. It was right behind you. Something was taking place right behind you and you didn't see it. You saw it, but you didn't notice it. It was your little cousins. Your little cousins' best friends. Listen, they are your competition right now and you can't compete with them. Their tatas are perky, right? They haven't been through as much dating abuse. You can't compete with them. You don't have any leverage, ladies. At this point, you need to be turning yourself into something that a man is pleased with. You have no leverage. You need to be watching your mouth when you talk to men. All of this tough, sassy, you don't have the leverage. You are 45 and up. There is a woman who I think is the perfect woman that God has set on earth. I want this woman so bad. We've dated, but I can't do it because of her age. You know why? Because here's how men assess these things. Let's say if you're 55 right now, in 5 years you'll be 60. If we stay together for 10 years, you'll be 65. Men don't go into situations like that because men are investors. That sounds like a bad investment. I'm coming into your life right around that is the time suggested that I may have to start wiping your ass. And it's true, that could be the opposite. You could have to start, but I have options that you don't have. I have options that you don't have. And it's up to you. You can live the rest of your life paying all of your bills by yourself. You can spend the rest of this time hearing something downstairs and having to be scared upstairs by yourself. You can keep coming back home to that empty house with an echo in it, never having the smell of an already prepped meal waiting on you. You can keep on letting men you've been dealing with for the past few years use you as pit stops, but for nothing serious, all the way until you get so old to where dating isn't anything for you anymore. Or you can learn how to watch your mouth and turn yourself into something that a man finds attractive. I'm going to tell you guys what men find attractive about white women and Asian women and things like this. You can ask them a question and they'll say, yes, right? You guys think those are doormats and things like that. No, they came up, they grew up in a culture, and they never experienced all of the levels of damage and abuse that African American women experienced. Black people have experienced some bad things in America. Some of it's not your fault, but nonetheless, the late great Kevin Samuel said the world does not owe you or I any understanding, either perform or don't, but the world would judge you based on your performance. I don't have to know what happened to you, why your mouth is smart, and things of that nature. All I need to know is that I'm not putting up with it. Most men aren't putting up with it. The only man that you can get to put up with something like that is the type of man who you won't be attracted to because he's a simp, he's a sucker. Women are not attracted to men that they can walk over on. So why would you put yourself in a predicament to where that was the only option that you had? A real man, a man who has carved his path in this world, a man who is confident about who he is, a man who has vision, he's not going to put up with your shit. And you know that. You know that. And if you're the type of woman who you can honestly admit you do have some SHIT that a man would have to put up with, you better start working on it, getting that stuff out of your system, or else you can die alone. Listen, Instagram, we're about to get up out of here. We got to go on over here and rock with our people full time on YouTube. Those of you who have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, you're missing out. All of the clips you see on Instagram, the full-length 3 and 4 hour interviews that they came from are on our YouTube. So go on over there and rock with us. We're going to be live on Instagram even now for about another hour if you want to come on over. I'm sorry, on YouTube if you want to come over there now and finish the show out with us. I appreciate you guys rocking out with us. Salute. Enjoy your Fridays. Okay, now it's time to get the booger wolves on here. I'm going to tell you guys something. We definitely need somebody to hit that super chat. Do you know how crazy it drives me to be looking at all 3 of these different screens? Crazy work. Crazy work. Give me a second, people. I guess we haven't dropped any jewels down here. We have 1 super chat. Where are my show supporters at? Hold on. NYC up in this BI. Peace and love, family. That's what I'm talking about. My people rocking with us. Okay. Now you guys know we're about to take it to a place where it's going to get ugly. What is this? Okay, we do that like that. Listen, what's it? Oh, consequences. Let's get to it, people. Jeez. Shout out to my bro Biggs over here in this situation rocking with us. Hey, have you listened? Those of you who are a certain age and you saw, especially in white communities, especially in those communities, it would be crazy to have saw what women resembled 30 years ago versus what they look like now. Crazy. Murdy says some of these women act like dudes. They don't even like flowers. That's what I'm telling you. You take a woman flowers today, that's the quickest way for you to get cheated on. He find out a child ain't his. He be like, well, what did I do? You remember that time you brought me them flowers? Ah. Listen, my bro Joe said the college years. See, you guys don't know that you were supposed to be getting serious about the man that you were going to be with for the rest of your life when you were younger. It's like I say this up here there's a thing that I say up here regularly that it impresses even me because it makes so much sense. Your dating money. All women were born with a certain amount of dating money that they could not touch until they came of age to date. A lot of you went on shopping sprees with your dating money. Then as you got older and you realized you didn't want to handle life alone by yourself, now you decide to go to the Amazon Amazing Man store and shop for a man when you spent all of your dating money except for $763.45? And you have nerve enough to be telling the clerk, yeah, I see a man up there. And before you even get out of their mouth, they take your hand like, no, ma'am, listen. You need to be pointing down at that shelf right there. Like, listen, you are pointing way too high. You got $763 to buy a life companion with, right? Started out with $50,000. You can see the analogy that I just made playing out in women's lives today. Look what they're able to acquire. You think I'm joking? We all know that the truth of the matter is most of these women can't get a hood nigga to marry them. Somebody tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. A lot of you can't get a broke hood nigga to marry you. It's like even he knows that he can do better. Look at all of these attractive African American women around here. And they're not married. That lets you know they can't even get a hood nigga to marry them. Even a hood nigga knows that he has the potential to do better than you because of all that you've done to yourself. What hood dude you know talking about marriage? You don't know a man who is in his right mind and doesn't have any addiction who can't get married in 45 days. Especially if he's black. He can go get married 3 times over in the next month and a half. So he doesn't have to talk about marriage. He knows he can snap his finger and get married. It's the women who are having the problems getting married. Oh my gosh. And I think this. That's crazy. Brother said I got terminated at my job today, and an ex called me making fun instead of encouraging me to. And that's what we deal with, though. That's what we deal with. I I'd like to believe he's lying. I wouldn't want to believe that anybody was capable of that. Jeez. Listen, this is what I'm telling you guys. 2 years ago, I had to have a total hysterectomy, and my husband was an amazing man all the way through. We still like one another. We still like one another. I mean, it's my fault. 2 years ago, I had to have a total hysterectomy, and he was an amazing man all the way through. We still like one another. Listen, that's crazy. The brother Frankie said, "What up, Mr. Prince? I say no to marriage and just have you a spiritual partner." That's what you guys have done to men. You guys have men not even wanting to get married anymore. Crazy work. Men are biologically hardwired to desire to pair up with you guys. So how is it we've arrived at a place where we kind of don't want to have? But I'm going to get on men's tops right now. I'm going to get on men's tops. Men, if you are having bad experiences with women, it's because of you. I don't have bad experiences with women. I've told you guys over and over, I know 3 angels that fell from the sky. Perfect women here on earth. Perfect. I can't think of a flaw that they have, except for one of them broke up with me 6 times. That's the only that's her only flaw, right? Because I'm a good picker. My bar is so high. I don't deal with women who say things like, yeah, uh-huh, and all of that. I don't even talk to women like that. I deal with women who you would consider it a privilege and an honor to put your head between her legs. I deal with women who, when she finally does open her legs to you, you feel privileged because you know this woman, not just anybody's climbing between those legs. Breezy said, "Why don't none of them want you?" Maybe I'm not a handsome man, Breezy. Maybe I'm not a handsome man. The fact of the matter is, Breezy, since you must know, I'm a very busy individual and these women want time from me. And at this place in my life, I got a late start on my purpose when I should have been executing my purpose earlier. So my time is consumed right now, becoming all that the Lord our God Jehovah created me to be. Listen, I want to say this again, fellas. If you're having bad experiences with women, you're the reason. I don't have these experiences with women. I know we have some nasty women out there, but listen, you guys have to mature and humble yourselves and start dating women who want to be with you instead of women you want to be with. There's a significant difference. A woman who you wanted to be with and you fought hard to get her, you're never going to really know how she truly feels about you. But a woman who fought hard to be with you, it says what it needs to say. I want a woman who still has the ability to cry, right? A woman who, if she sees the relationship might be going sour, she might drop a tear, or she might say something like, "But babe, what did I do?" Right? Things like that. I want a woman who still has her soul intact. I don't want a woman that, bye. Nah, that's not a woman. That's a mini man. That's what that is. That's a mini man. I want someone who still has her soul intact. And ladies, I'm going to tell you, a lot of you are hanging around women who are continuing to contaminate your ability to be a feminine woman. Because the longer you hear a certain type of conversation, the more it will become your conversation. Period, sis. Talking with your hands, snapping your stupid freaking fingernails. You can top me, maybe. But even then, if I hear some of that ratchet ghetto talk out of your mouth, I won't even want any top. What I'm telling you guys is what a lot of women are facing right now are the repercussions of staying on the dating highway for too long. A lot of you are facing the repercussions of partying too long. And that's the price that women have to pay for being promiscuous and mismanaging their pasts. You can do it if you want to. You can do all of that. You could absorb all of the attention that you can get. You can be out there jumping from one dude's car to the next. You can do all of it if you want to. You can take all that attention and run with it, right? Spend your younger years partying, drinking, hanging out with different calibers of men, getting split, dismantled, busted down, and busted open. I'm not even saying there's anything wrong with it. But I will have you know this. There is definitely a price to pay for it. You guys can't really believe. Listen. Check this out. The products and the experiences that we know about that are amazing, like cruises and all of those things that are amazing experiences. You guys can't name me an amazing experience or something like that that doesn't come with a price tag. So why would you think that you could experience this amazing utopia of living the younger years of your life, having the best sex, experiencing the most amazing orgasms, right? Having men spend money on you, things like that, without there being a hidden cost to it? You don't think there's a hidden cost to something like that? You got handsome men crazy about you, wanting to take you to the best restaurants, things like that. People tricking on you, buying you jewelry, paying some of your bills, basically heaven on earth. You people can't really believe that there's not a price to pay for something that sounds that amazing. Name me any product or experience that takes people to a place of utopia like that does not come with an expensive price. You cannot experience something that appears to be that amazing without paying a price for it. And I do mean a high price. A lot of you think it was worth it. A lot of you think, because I'm not gonna lie, girl. I used to mess with this nigga. This nigga had his money up, and this nigga right here, listen, his thing was this big. A lot of you, I'm not knocking you. If you can say that all of the whole phase that you went through was one of the amazing times in your life, I don't knock you. I don't knock you at all. I can even respect it. But in most cases, once women find out what the price for mismanaging the best years of their lives was, the price for mismanaging their youthful beauty, staying on the cock carousel for too long, most people regret it, and they wish they could get a do-over. I'm going to tell you guys again what the price to pay for being in hope phases too long, for partying too long is. You age out. You age out. All of the amazing tributes about you that had men wanting to trick on you when you were younger and things like that, you've abused those things. Your coochie isn't tight anymore. Your coochie is beat up. Your mentality is beat up due to all of the up and down experiences that you had while you were out there dating and things like that, right? You have a funky attitude here and there. You curse. You drink a lot. You probably 420 friendly. I'm not saying that that's wrong or anything like that. A lot of the things that you had going for yourself that would have persuaded a man to view you as a higher level man to view you as a trophy wife. You've abused all of those elements about you. Now you're aged out. And those elements that were once valuable in the eyes of men about you, they're on the clearance rack now. A lot of deterioration has taken place on your youth. You've had kids. Yeah, as Miss Christina said, a good reputation is worth more than gold. A good reputation will get you the gold. I'm telling you. Those are my people on TikTok. I want you to be looking tonight. I'm dropping some new exclusive content for the people who are members, who are subscribed to my TikTok. I'm dropping some exclusive content as it pertains to my personal life that you guys don't know about. So be on the lookout for it. I couldn't get on TikTok till now. I don't know why. Well, at least you rocking with us now. Listen, give me two ladies to come up here. I want to talk to a couple of ladies. Let's talk so that we could be a better example for the younger ladies who are watching. I want to have a conversation with two ladies. My guy said bed to bed midfielders. Do you know what you do to yourself living like that? It's fun at the time. It's fun at the time, but there's a price to pay for it. You age out. A lot of time has flown by. Those years fly by fast when you guys are having all of that fun, right? Now you don't even know. You weren't even paying attention when all of the deterioration was setting in on your body. The kids you got now, your stomach is all wrinkled up and things like that. Younger girls who you used to look at like kids, they came up right behind you with their youthful beauty and their perky tatas in tow. And now they're your competition. Ladies, the price to pay for playing around when you should have been using your youthful looks to capture the highest quality husband you could is in the later years of your life when you start to take life more serious and you start wanting somebody to care about you. You are now in a space where it's going to be 4 times harder to get that very same man. It's going to be 4 times harder. That's why the late, great Kevin Samuels used to say, die alone. It's not the same. A lot of you are actually, your mentality is stuck back in the back when. You still think some of you is that woman from 20 years ago. You still think you look as good as that. The reason we know, God, oh, people, we've been up here for 2 hours and we have 2 super chats. Hey, people, we got to do better than this. Where are my show supporters at? This is offensive to the show here. Size sensitive. Yeah, I can't even allow the show to look this disrespectful. We got to do better than this. This making me feel like we're dealing with a low budget show. We're gonna take an intermission, people, until somebody contributes to the show. At this point, you guys got the show looking like a low budget show, and we are anything but that. Listen, shout out to my girl. Didn't even let me get on here long enough to shout out to my girl, Miss Brandy, over here in this situation, rocking out with us as usual up in this mother. Nah, we gotta do better than that. Shout out to my girl. Listen. Listen, my girl said he won't be available because he'll be married. There's portions of me that as we have these conversations and as we think about what we're saying, it's so clear to us that it's almost enough to make us feel sorry for you, that you don't see this. You don't see that it's not getting better. Listen, I'll go so far as to say this. Our great-grandmothers and our aunties, maybe they had a reason. Maybe they didn't have the internet and blah, 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 blah. Maybe they didn't get to hear all of the shared stories, about what happens if you play around too long in your best years. How are you guys still falling for this? All of the shared stories across the internet, right? Look at what it's doing to you. Listen, you guys may not see it sometimes, but sometimes I'm sitting up here and I'm flabbergasted myself. I start thinking like, how can they be falling for this? Listen, and I'm going to hit the men. I'm about to kick the men in the nuts. Oh my gosh. I saw somebody just said something about I want you to hear the intellect of a woman. I want you to hear the intellect of a woman. Is Stacy married? Then how can he give advice? You guys need us so much more than you think. The reason that I know that Miss Al Ray, respectfully, no disrespect, the reason that I know there's a high likelihood that she's single is because she wouldn't have asked a question. That's a very menial question. A divorce attorney who has never been married in his life, but he's practiced divorce law for 25 years. Would you say the same thing about him? Hey, Miss Al Ray, how about you assess me from this perspective? Instead of going that route, how about you say, I'm going to listen to him and I'm going to see if anything he says sounds stupid. Right? Doesn't that make more sense? Woo! Look, Starlina said, it's sad to say my aunts are alone and lonely. Stacy must know something. And I'm going to be honest with you. Studied people, studied men and women, people who are infatuated with intellect, right? They don't have to experience the things. Men like myself, we do research, we read books, and we study so that we don't have to go through certain things. I don't have to have went through something in order to know about it. I research economics and financial stability so that I don't have to go down the road of losing everything. Now, I hope that made sense. It's usually off-putting when you hear people talk like that because it forces us to view women in a certain light. Like, did she really say something that simple? She said, it's sad to, no, she said, he's trying to get one of these ran through women to settle for him. My shortest marriage was 25 years. I've had one girlfriend my entire life.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Now, since we want to shoot shots, Miss Serena, how long have you been married? Miss Alray, how long have you been married? Let's see what these next comments are going to be. If you've been married for 20 years, why would you ask the questions? I mean, respectfully, ma'am, you should be more. So, ma'am, you've been married to a logical man for 20 years, and you asked a question as nonsensical as, how can he have information on something he's never experienced? I've never in my life participated in any form of homosexuality. Yet I read and educated myself on some aspects of it. I know that there's not more than 7% of homosexuals in America. Now, I'm hoping that made sense to you, ma'am. Jeez, man, it makes you want to go gay. I'm telling you. When you guys talk and we hear how your minds work, it's like, okay, she said she's been married. Shout out to my girl sending the gift over here. She said she's been married for 20 years. Hold on, let's go on back up here to her partner in crime, Miss Serene Organics. I didn't hear you, Miss Serene Organics. How long did you say you've been married? Truth of the matter in this situation, supporting the show. I'm going to wait for her response, too. You know what? Come and talk to me. I'm not going to lie, she's an attractive woman. Come and talk to me. I don't know the rest of the words, so I usually replace it with da 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 da. Serene Organics comes through from time to time just to stir up things. Then she'll recruit somebody like Miss Al Ray to participate in her. Listen, I'm going to say this to all of you ladies. It's called the Sister Code. Don't allow yourself to get caught up in bitter women's foolishness. You don't want to do that because there may be a trap that they've already walked through that they're trying to get you to walk through. She's been up here before. She's been dismantled up here before. So I wouldn't advise anybody to, fall victim to her rhetoric. Hold on. Why do I know who this is? Or do I? Shout out to Miss Brenda in this situation, supporting the la-da-da-da. DJ Elizabeth, you gonna be my date tonight? What do you mean still no date? Come up here and be my date. Listen, my people snapping up in this here. I appreciate it. Young, black, and wealthy up in this mother effer. Corporal over here supporting the show. My people dropping down on us. My bro said, say that, Stacy. We prefer research/experience. Yes, I don't want to step in the pothole if I don't have to. That is crazy. That comment was still stuck in my head. Then how can he give advice if he's not married? Are you kidding? I'm a man. I decide if you get married. I know what we like. I know what keeps us from marrying you. I know what we're attracted to. My biology is all the information that I need to get up here and give better marital information than what you guys apparently have given yourselves. Hey, listen, you guys going to want, especially on Instagram, you guys going to want to go over there and check out Young, Black, and Wealthy's page too. Go check that out. No, you... Well, come on up here, Serene Organics. I need you to substantiate your information. Come on up here.
Don't you ever talk to me like that again. You hear me? Huh?
Nelly up in this situation. Truth of the matter supporting the show. I appreciate you. Starlina always rocking with us. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. And let me do it like this, baby. And I want you guys to start listening to different forms of music too. Because the music that we have been listening to, it has been corrupting us, it has been leading us astray, and it has been causing us to entertain vibrations we shouldn't. So let's do better on what we intake. Starlina.
Hello, hello.
Tell me how your night is going.
Pretty amazing.
That's what I'm talking about. See, y'all see the type of people I associate with, right? We do amazing over here. So listen, I got a question for you. Do you acknowledge that as it pertains to your lifestyle and how you date, that you are in better shape than a significant portion of your peers?
Yes.
My question to you is this. We know they're lying when they act like they don't care, right? My question to you is, do you think that in their heads, they see the value of having someone for an extended period of time? Do you think that they know the value of it? Or do you think that they just really don't know?
I don't know. I think it's questionable because at this point they got me confused.
Yeah, because listen, something that valuable, how can you continue to be something that a valuable man doesn't want? Now that's a problem.
Do you think majority of women act like this who don't have their fathers in their life or haven't had their fathers in their life?
Yes, studies show that. Studies show that at a high level, when children are born without their father, they perform at a higher level of dysfunction. That's why you see us get on the women a lot more than you hear us get on the men, because the women are in control of that. You got to stop spitting out and they do it like it's nothing. They do it like it's Tic Tacs. Like it, pretty much anybody can nut in them. It's like nutting in them is not a big deal. But look how the children keep turning out. No one's paying attention that those children are going to be older one day. And now she's going to be out here getting busted down. And then she's going, see, we look at those babies like this. Oh, ain't she so beautiful? We don't allow it to dawn on us that in 17 years, that person's likely going to be getting stretched out, if not properly taught right, if not raised with a father. So in 17 years, now that little baby who we said, oh, ain't she so cute? Now she's just pushed 2 bastard children of her own out in society so that one of them can rob me or your son. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is what we're dealing with.
Because right now I have a 9-year-old son, and I that's why another reason why I'm like, I need a man present, because my son needs guidance, because this is not it.
You do know that you can't raise a man, right?
I know that.
Yeah, and you know, we see these women on social media. They'll say Happy Father's Day to me and all of this foolishness. These conversations that we have up here, the reason people tune in is because they know that they're hearing things that they probably haven't heard before. And they haven't heard these things before because they haven't been around a man for an extensive amount of time. We have different conversations than women have. We have different understandings than women have. We have different instincts than women have. We attack things from different perspectives that you guys do. We are so different. That's why we're so different, in fact, that when children come out without the father, you can see it all in their behavior, that they're lacking that other essential half. They're going to jail. They have research on this stuff. I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask this right. Let me just say it like this.
Yeah.
Man, my people be having me tripping sometimes. My bro Joe said, shout out to my bro Joe, man. My bro Joe said, and this is real, bastard baby showers have replaced weddings in the black community. And
yeah, I said that
that's
too.
crazy.
Like, I haven't been to a wedding. That's sad to say.
Listen, we doing all of these baby showers about these, but no one's getting, listen. My daughter, I believe that my daughter, if she got pregnant right now, she would skip town, go back to the place we're from, latch on to one of my aunties, and say, Auntie, I'm pregnant. Will y'all call daddy right now? Because I got to tell him, but I don't. She would put distance between us before she did. This is unacceptable. You not no hoe. You not out here getting busted down. I better had already been introduced to this man. If you dealing with somebody.
Yeah. They don't even do that no more.
Yeah. But see, it goes back to what me and you were just talking about. The importance of having a father. And we can't get them to stop. We can't get them to. Now, as many of these shows like this is beneficial, the late, great Kevin Samuel show is beneficial, things like that. For every episode we kick out, they're pushing out another 1,000 bastard babies. Even if we were to try to go behind them and be mentors and father figures to their children, by the time we got 3 children seeing the light and desiring to behave in less of a dysfunctional way, they will have pushed out 100,000 more broken babies that we need to fix.
And then bringing them atmospheres where they can't even sustain them, or they're just they're maintaining them. They're not even raising them.
And then because you brought him into a society that was unprepared for your child, you know, you already have what, a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, but you got 3 kids and things like that. Now you're frustrated, you know what I mean? Because you guys are in such close proximity, such close quarters to each other that you're staying in each other's face so long and you're getting on each other. Joe, little bald head ass over there and pick that up. Now you're talking to the kids in a way that's bringing up further dysfunction up on them. This is what we're dealing with.
Let me tell you this, the state I'm in right now, I work for the state, and the child care vouchers, they're no longer existent. Like, you can't go and get child care and get help with that in my state no more.
It's about to get ugly.
You receive so many calls. This is not the time to have a kid if you cannot afford it.
So if they're doing that in your state, then that means this is something that other states are going to be considering.
They need to at this point.
I agree. Well, black men have been said if it wasn't for Section 8 and all of that, we wouldn't have all these bastard babies. Mm-hmm. They wouldn't be able to.
Even in the state, like, to get shelter, you have to get a referral from the Board of Social Services. There's no just going to shelters no more. So you have to be on paper. You literally have to have nothing to get a referral. You better hope you get in if there's space.
Okay.
There's people out here living on the streets.
And you know, men see this thing so clearly. See, you're a woman who has pretty privilege. And what pretty privilege is, certain women get a pass because you can look at them. You can kind of look at them. And it may be wrong. I don't know. But you can look at them and you can say, I hate to say what I'm about to say. But y'all know I don't give a damn. I'm going to say it anyway. Turbulence, people. Bad behavior is usually accompanied by ugly people.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is.
I'm terrible. I know I am. Listen, think about it. The people who you see with the most obtrusive behavior, it's like, see, because it's my personal stance that the reason a lot of people are behaving the way they're behaving, outside of the dysfunction of not having a father and things like that, not growing up in a stable household. Ola, I appreciate you, love. My girl. I appreciate it. A lot of this behavior comes from women running around knowing that they're ugly and they haven't gotten the opportunities. Have you noticed that pretty girls used to get beat up in school?
Have they? I know there always were fights and stuff.
Listen. I guarantee you most of the people my age know about that. Pretty girls get beat up in school. Because you're walking around with a privilege that I don't have. I'm sitting here looking like Precious, and I see men talking to you. I see boys talking to you, and I know what they do to me. I got to give blowjobs to get those same men to even look in my direction, right? And shout out to Ola, rocking with us, supporting the show. Listen, a lot of people who have bad behavior, they have bad things going on inside of them. They have been neglected of certain treatments that they wish that they were privy to. That's why they call it pretty privilege. Pretty girls don't get it twisted. Some pretty girls are out there acting like hoes and things like that, but their pretty privilege is a double-edged sword. Their pretty privilege allows them to have access to a variety of men. So that's why they can end up in a whole phase and things like that. But their pretty privilege won't allow them to have the degree of low self-esteem and things like that that cause a lot of other girls to be violent, to have nasty behaviors and funky attitudes and things like that. It's a double-edged sword. It can work both ways. But what I'm telling you is if you look out there in society at all of these people who we see acting atrocious, these are the women who must wear those lace fronts, who must spread that makeup on so thick it looks like it was put on with a butter knife. These are the women who must dress overly sexual, right? And it's because outside of that thing, they don't stand a chance of even getting any attention. The attention that they do get, it's when men come over and just bust them down and cut out. That could create a spite inside of a woman. And that's what we're seeing a lot of there in the black community. You disagree?
I was just on Facebook earlier, and the girls out here had her stomach all out, twerking in the video with her daughter. I'm like, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
And then what's making me mad is these platforms are paying these people to act reckless.
Exactly. It's crazy. But what it does is it makes us as a whole look like animals in the eyes of society. Makes us look like animals. And I'm going to be honest. The most people who are perpetrating this broken human being behavior, it's the women. A lot of you guys, let me ask you this. Do you think you're going to keep your dude?
Yes.
Do you see the value in him?
I do.
Do you know better than to let it go easily? If you guys get into it or something like that, do you know that it is in your best interest to make sure that you put some type of fight up for that?
I'm always going to fight.
Okay. See, this is the issue that's plaguing the black community. Even some of the most unattractive looking women in the black community are doing this. I wish a nigga would cheat. He let the doorknob hit him where the... Are you crazy?
I'm going to be honest. I don't have female friends because the ones I did have, they always seem to steer me in the wrong way or try to make it seem like I'm stupid, I'm dumb, and all this other stuff. So.
That's what they do. They call women who are willing... See, listen. In occasions, there's going to be some types of disrespect that a woman's going to have to put up with to sustain a long-term relationship. Because men are a-holes sometimes. We'll do some effed up things. Mm-hmm. But your mentality will prevent you from having to go through that. The way you think, like if your guy dips... See, you don't know this. This show is 3.5 years old. The conversation that me, you, and Miss Kels had the other day, not per se polygamy, but your mindset. I've been preaching that for 3.5 years. How can you
like
get...
I'm a sheep.
You say what?
I be feeling like I feel like I can't meet no women out here that think like me or want to, it's just, I feel like I'm an outcast.
Well, it's because they want to be men. These are masculine feminists is what they are. And they want to have all of the same. Listen, I'm going to hit you with this. We're going to talk about you for a second. Do you know that you're not equal to that man?
Yeah, I know that.
Do you believe that he's superior to you?
Yes.
Because if he wasn't, he wouldn't even be a suitable leader. You guys are running around here talking about men and women are equal, and you sound stupid as hell. The ones who say it more than anybody are the ones who proclaim to be God's biggest Christians. Yet the Bible, God lets you know that he created, listen, God, the scriptures say this. I will have you know that the head of Christ is God. The head of man is Christ. The head of woman is man. God would not have put us ahead of you if he didn't equip us with a superior level of being so that we could do everything that we needed to protect you. There's no need. Listen, when you go to the military, when we go to war in America, they don't go to the 7-Elevens and tell them, hey, we're getting ready to go to war, get ready. No, they go to our military. Our military has been equipped to defend us. Women have not been equipped to protect men. You have not been equipped to lead men. It sounds stupid even when you say it loud. woman leading man, it sounds stupid. But what has happened is in our society, the women have taken on a masculine form due to all of the social media influences that have come across their timeline, making them feel like there's a dire need for women to be just as tough as men, women to be just as smart as men, women to have just as much money as men. And what that did was it caused women to turn into many versions of men. Do you see that today? Where women seem masculine?
Yeah.
Okay. Now what do you
I don't like to take out the trash.
You see what I'm
It's
saying?
just be little stuff. Like I'm not doing it. I'm sorry.
See what I'm saying? And see, a lot of these women, they're upset that they can't get the type of treatment that you get, but they don't have the type of mentality that you have. Listen, we treat women a certain way based on their performance. We do. Men aren't just bad guys inherently. We don't get up out the bed and say, I'm gonna go break somebody's heart today. That's not who we are. We treat you according to your performance. So a lot of these women who say men ain't shit and men is bad, these are women who thought they could go out into society with 3 kids by 3 different men, acting all masculine, period, and all of that, and expect a man to treat them like Romeo. No, I want some head from you. That's about it.
Even with my neighbor, I have a Ring camera, right? She would go and take out the trash out, put it in front of the door. You know how many men that came over and walked past the trash, and it used to like upset me because I'm like, how? Walk right past it and go get in the car.
That's what I'm saying. But see, a man has to see value in you. What a lot of women are experiencing today is they've done bad. Okay, so let me ask you this. The younger years of your life, when your boobs were the perkiest, when your skin were the tightest, when you didn't have any children, when you were in your prime, did it make sense to you to go through a whole phase?
Honestly, first, like majority of my 20s, I was in 2 relationships. So I always been in relationships till about the age of like 28.
Okay, so you're a relationship-minded woman.
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't even know it, but that's what today's show's topic was. Like, what's going on is a lot of women. So let me see if you agree with this degree of understanding. Do you believe that when a woman is in her prime, when her boobs are the perkiest, before she's had any kids, when she still has that youthful beauty, right, that twinkle in her eyes, before she's ever put on any weight, do you think that it would be smarter for a woman to go to the amazing Amazon man store when she's like that? Or do you think it would be smarter for her to go shopping for a man when she's put on 100 pounds, when she's had 3 children by 3 different men? What is your take on that?
Your best bet is when you're young and you're perky.
Yes. Okay, so what has happened is this. Most women mismanaged their youthful beauty. They knew they were beautiful. And the men were, what's going on, shorty? The men with the nice cars with the rims on them. They used their youthful beauty to gain the attention of all of the men that they ever wanted to sleep with, all of the men that they thought were fine, all of the men who they thought had cars, all of the men who they thought were going to trick off on them. But they don't realize that they went through some years of doing that. You go through years of doing that. There's a name for that. It's associated with all products and all items. It's called wear. Wear and tear. You go through some years of getting busted down. You go through some years of, bitch, who you talking to? You go through some years of taking fetuses to the clinic and having them suck that of you. You go through some years of thinking he liked you, but he really didn't. Now you're developing animosity towards. You go through some years of all of these things and you will be a worn item. Now what they've done is, once they started to see that they went through some years of this, and the men that they're attracted to, those men aren't really checking for them like that. Because you have wear on you. You're older, you're in your 40s, you got 2-3 children. Men aren't checking for them like that. So now that they acknowledge, okay, it's looking kind of funny for me right now. Maybe I better get serious about life. But you're trying to get serious in life at a time when your dating value is the lowest. And so what they don't want to acknowledge, they want to say men ain't shit. It's not that. You're out here trying to date with low value. Can you see that just
with
by
all
looking
these
out in society?
standards, with all these high standards and stuff
Exactly.
that they want. Yeah, especially they're wanting stuff that they can't give their own self, and that's another problem too.
That's why we look at a lot of you as a whole like you're just crazy. Men don't typically have a great deal of value for women in society today. It has to be the ones. Okay, so let me ask you this. Be honest with me too. Be honest. Would you consider yourself the type of woman who caters to your guy?
Yes.
Okay, did you guys hear what she just said? Did you guys hear what she just said? I told you guys 30 minutes ago that if you really want to increase your value with a man, be the type of woman who says yes instead of yeah, uh-huh, and you sound like a mini version of a nigga. That woman said yes. See, I keep on telling you guys, you're not men, so you don't know what snatches the attention of men. If you really want to get locked down by a man, you have to stick out amongst all of these varmints that are in society. Because there's a lot of varmints out of here. Now, if you're a varmint too, then why would I select you to lock you down, pay some of your bills, look out for you, be willing to protect you, but you're the equalist to all these other varmints out here? That's what nobody understands.
And being kind and friendly and nice goes a long way with men.
Listen, y'all not understanding today, so I keep telling you guys, be nice. Be nice for absolutely no reason at all. You will stand out amongst all of these women. Just simply being nice.
Even if the man is an asshole, if you keep being nice and you're kind to him, it's going to wake something. It's something is going to wake something up in him. He's going to start feeling bad.
I agree with that. He'll start feeling bad about treating you. If he does things sometimes that treats you bad, he'll start feeling bad about it because you will come off as somebody who doesn't deserve what he's doing to you. But now, if you sound like a nigga, I will grow a disdain for you. And the things that I do to you that are bad, you will have removed any incentive that I may have to feel bad about it. It's almost starting to look like you deserve this treatment. Because you got a bitch fucked up. And all it is. Are you crazy? See, for one, you don't talk to a man like that. No real man is going to even allow you to talk to him like that. Listen, a man who is a man for real, I think what a lot of women don't want to acknowledge, he has options. Most women are attracted to a man who don't put up with shit. Most women are. So why do you think that you can abuse this guy who a lot of other women, if he went back out there on that dating market, in a week he could replace you? I'm not saying that to rub anything in anybody's face. I'm telling you to know when you have leverage and when you don't have leverage. Listen, before you came up here, that's what we were talking about. I'm talking specifically to you. I don't have to worry about you because you don't have these issues. Did you know that man that you have, if you and him broke up today, that man could score immediately? Do you believe that?
Yes.
Okay, now flip that script. If you guys broke up today, do you know how difficult it would be for you to replace him? See, because you're going to have to go through something he's not going to have to go through. You're going to have to go through the dating process, seeing which men want you for just more than SCX. Okay, now he's ran a sufficient amount of game, and it seems like he's genuine. So now you give him the cat, but that's when you find out he really was up to some BS. Now you got to get rid of him and start it all. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's different for men and women.
It's definitely different. It's
that man can get out there and get married 5 times over in a month. And it will be sincere marriages. Why? Because there's an overwhelming plethora of women who are high level desiring good men to marry. And the reason I say that is not to rub it in your face. I'm telling you guys, stop playing these games. When you guys get rid of men for cheating or something, You guys typically don't do better. You typically have to go through about 6 cocks to find a guy who's semi-serious about you. Then you date him for 3 months until you find out he's no better than the man that you left him for.
Yeah, because there's always something with somebody.
Yeah, so see, that's what I say. They say it's better to deal with the devil you know than the one you're going to have to find out about. And see, oftentimes when we have these conversations, we really are forced to look at you guys like you're crazy because the things that you guys are doing, we see it and we hear it and we're like, did she hear what she just said? There's a woman who came up here last week. Woman's married for 21 years. I asked her. So I'm going to hit you with this. I don't have to hit you with this. I already know your answer. But I asked her. She's been married for 21 years. She said the man is amazing. He pays the bills, blah, 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 blah. He's an amazing man. I asked her, if you find a condom in his car, upon investigation, you find out he's cheated 3 other times. Is it over? She said, hell yeah. Do you know how stupid that is? You're going to get rid of a 21-year life experience with someone you have kids with to jump back out there on the dating highway and see which of the men just want head from you. And then once they get it, they're gone. To see which one of them really you're not his cup of tea, but he needed some booty tonight. It's just crazy work the way you guys think sometimes. Not you per se, but most women. You guys are running around here talking about if a man do this and a man do that, you're gone. Gone to what? Where are you headed after you leave him? To what?
Nothing.
A nigga who likes to whoop ass and cheat.
Mm-hmm.
Then when you find out he likes to whoop ass, then you get rid of him. Then you go to somebody who likes to whoop ass, cheat, and needs to borrow money from you from time to time. And it's just crazy that we haven't been able to get you guys to understand that we see this thing that you're doing. It's like being on a hamster wheel, and we think you're crazy. You said you don't have any girlfriends?
No, I don't, unfortunately.
When's the last time you had girlfriends?
2021.
Okay. So did you have at least 3 of them?
Yeah, I had 3 of them. They were a lot older though. I'm 37. They were in their 40s already.
Okay. How many of them was married?
They're all in a situationship, but even then, the way that they conduct themselves is
Exactly. See, that's my point right there. You guys running around here talking about what you will and won't put up with, but you end up single for life without a life partner. I'm going to tell you what I think about you. Your dude is going to have a breakdown to leave you. He's going to have some type of mental. Something's going to have to happen. Either there's things about you that I don't know. You got a smart mouth, or you. I don't know. The reason I say that is this: when a woman comes to a place of humility where she can say, "I'd prefer he didn't, but if he did cheat, I'm not gonna leave," then that means she can probably overcome anything else.
Yep.
Why would you put yourself back out there to where you have to deal with somebody you have to get to know all over? See, men aren't like women are. We're not emotional. Your man, he can see a value in you. And listen, men don't have to do better than you. The value that your man sees in you right now, we don't move like, yeah, but so-and-so's ass is fatter than hers and her coochie is wetter than hers. And no, men aren't greedy. You guys are greedy and selfish. You're greedy and selfish. Us, it's easy for us to be content. We may fool around. We may, be disrespectful and we done stepped out and cheated, but we're still going to stay with you to the end. We're going to be there for you. We're going to take care of you. And I think women aren't seeing that that's the most important thing. I'm not saying a serial cheater, you know what I mean? But I'm saying the most important thing is to have someone to see you through to the end of life, throughout your later years. Somebody who's really, really going to rock with you. Somebody who genuinely doesn't want to see any harm come to you. If you had to put a price tag on that, what price tag would you put on that? A man who genuinely is in his heart to be upset when he sees you going through hard times. A man who genuinely don't want life to be too hard on you. What type of price tag would you put on that?
It's priceless.
Priceless. That's why I tell you, that's why we say these women are crazy. Because then once they do come to this conclusion and gain this understanding, well, it's too late now. It's too late now. You got 3 children by 3 different men. You've put on 100 pounds. You got a smart mouth. Nobody's locking in with that. These women can't get hood niggas to lock in with them. Hood niggas. And that's the problem that we have. These are the women who are out in their society acting all obtrusive, bad behavior, and breeding kids who are going out there toting that extender clip. And this is why society has so much to say about us, because these women didn't have it in them to get locked down. I'm going to say this to you. If 50% of our women were marriage-minded, do you know that all of the bad things that people would have to say about us would decrease probably at a 60-70% rate?
I agree. But even the women being married, they're still acting reckless too. So it's like marriage. It seems like people don't value marriage and none of that no more.
Well, see, this is where I blame men. A man should be able to pick. Because listen, the relationships I've been in, these women, there's 3 of them that I can name. These women are perfect angels here on God's planet. They can do no wrong. These are perfect women. Perfect women. Because that's what I pick. The reason it didn't work without us, because I'm a man of purpose. There's a certain thing that I have to build in this world before I'm gone. I have grandiose visions for my life. I'm an ambitious man, and that takes up a lot of time. You almost don't have time for a relationship. When a woman really digs you, respects you, and admires you, she really wants to be around you a certain portion of time, right? But if you're building projects and things like that, a man who is about his purpose, he really has to be about. Let me ask you this. Can you understand a man being about his purpose and not having as much time as you would like for him to be able to spend with you?
Yes.
It would piss you off?
No, it wouldn't piss me off. I would find ways to try to be around him during that time or bringing him dinner or something like that on his lunch, or trying to pull up on him, see him.
Right. Listen, you grew up with your dad?
Yes.
Okay, I'm like, okay, this girl got to be the grew up with her dad.
Yeah, my dad passed in 2008, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm definitely sorry to hear about that. Like I hear I didn't have my dad in my life. My grandfather, my uncle replaced that. But I hear people who have had their father in their life, and it meant something to them. Like when my dad passed, of course I wasn't glad, but I think you really have to have had that person in your life in order to have something significant to miss about them, like a teaching that they gave you or some instructions that these are things that you'll hear in your ear once that person is gone. Like you'll hear, my grandfather used to say, well, I reckon a man's only going to feel about as good as he looked. He used to say that like, hey man, dress a certain way. You know what I mean? So now that he's gone, he's always a memory in my mind, because when these things pop up in my mind, you know what I mean? So yeah. You got any questions for me?
No, I don't.
I appreciate you coming up rocking out with me.
Thank you.
You take care. You know, I'm going to say something to you ladies who you may not understand this. Or you really don't. You're selfish individuals, so you really don't care. I have daddy issues to this day. Just curiosities, right? You see other people. Let me think. The interactions and the things that you may see on TV that you'll see and you'll say, oh, if I had that, I wouldn't even got that dry mark suspended that time. There will be things that you'll see that you will be able to identify that if you had that in your life, you probably would have been a better person. But me and my personal, I don't think I would have been. I'll just put it like this. I prefer things stay the way that they are if I had a wish. Because what if I came back in a different life and I wasn't as ambitious of a man as I am, right? So that's why me, myself, I just wouldn't tamper with it. If God gave me a wish of having a dad and my present father in my life, I wouldn't tamper with it. I wouldn't tamper with it at all. Because the type of ambitious that I am, like, yeah, I understand how rare that is. I've read books that let me know, like myself, if I'm sitting up watching I can't really sit up and watch TV. Like, I feel like there's one of my projects that I could be bringing closer to completion or something like that. Maybe if I had I'm just saying this. It's a gift and a curse because I do the love. That's what I'm trying to say. The love part. The love part. To feel love from another masculine figure, you can't tell me that there's not some form of a weapon associated with that. You become a weapon if you feel a form. My point in bringing that all up was this. A lot of you don't care because you're selfish. Tattoo said, I think you would have chose to have your dad. I wouldn't, Tattoo. I wouldn't. Because I'm very ambitious and I read books that let me know how uncommon that is. Like, I've built things from start to finish. I wrote a couple of movies. I wrote a book from start to finish. I've built a software, an app. I've built a tech-assisted luxury dog harness. I have this. Like, so to tamper with that, what if I did have all that love? I don't know. I wouldn't change anything if God snapped his finger. I wouldn't change it. Mine has never been in my life, and I'm at the same spot as you. I wouldn't change it. I think it's harder on boys, though. Like my brother had a harder time. Right, okay, so that's a very good observation. That's a very good point, Yippee. That's a very good point. So I'll say this. It does more. You know what? So you know what? That's actually a good point. Listen, I want you guys to hear all of these people talking about this right now. I try to imagine my life with my dad and my husband, and I can't see it. See, you guys don't know the damage that you do to us. People are on this platform right now reminiscing and wondering what could have been. And they're not just doing that on this platform right now. You know that there's times in their private life to where their mind is drifting towards that, right? It's damage. But I go back to what Yippee said. I will say this. There are some children, I'll probably say probably the majority. Salute to my bro DJ in this situation. Your father would be proud of your new achievements. I appreciate you, my brother. Now, that is a part of me that drifts sometimes. But listen, I'm going to tell you guys something. Listen. You couldn't tell my grandfather anything bad about me, right? My grandfather believed in me. When I had my record label, he believed in me. You know what I mean? So that stuff matters. It does matter. And to go back to what Yippee said, I will acknowledge this. It is harder on some than it is others. Some of them may, so I'll agree with that. If I was the type, like the guy who took Nipsey Hussle's life, he's one of those ones who it didn't work well for him probably. He probably didn't have his dad in his life. And a lot of the bad, broken behaviors that we see out in society, those are likely due to children who didn't have their fathers in their life. So I have to acknowledge that the overwhelming, probably at a 70%, 75, 80% rate, it's more of a bad thing not having that dad than it is of a good. Mine's turned out because my mom belonged to a village. Right? So my grandfather stepped up and my stepdad as well. Like, I have to give my stepdad credit. Like, you know what? I will say if my stepdad hadn't have came in my life, I would be fucked up. Lord, forgive me for that. I would be really messed up. I know I would, just because, listen, you know what I know? I wouldn't even be here. I wouldn't be here. Because I know things that he taught me that I utilized when I was in the streets, when I was in the game, and it seemed like I was ahead of the other people who were in the streets. A lot of people don't know it was because of gems that my stepdad dropped on me. I'll go so far as to say this. My stepdad was a hustler, but he was an intellectual hustler. He read books and things like that. He was the quiet type, not the flashy type, right? I think he probably knew I was going to end up in the streets. Because when we have conversations as I got older, he would just say things like, people out there in those streets, they don't understand. You don't have to worry about getting caught with something. You got to worry about who you sold to 6 months ago. He would say things like this. And I'm going to be honest with you. You know what? This is my first time even thinking about this. Like this. If it hadn't been for that man, I'd be doing 50 years in prison right now. Because they tried it. They tried to hit me with multiple cases. And it was because of things that he told me. I was like, listen. I was known as the paranoid type in the streets. Like, not just anybody could come deal with me. By far. So you know what? Yeah, I have to attribute to him, my grandfather, and my uncle. Yeah. Hey, DJ, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, my brother. My point in bringing all of this up. Okay, so we're going to have this conversation then. Yeah, better results when dads are in the life. There's no doubt about that. My husband has stood in the gap of my dad, honestly. My husband wouldn't allow him to tell me nothing. Okay, I don't understand that. My husband has stood in the gap of my dad, honestly. My husband wouldn't allow him to tell me nothing. Kiki, elaborate. You mean when your dad would try to step in and tell you what to do, things like that, your husband would step up or something? It's sad. It took 3 men to take one man's place. Me too, bro. It is effed up. I had to Voltron me a dad. You know what I mean? Like, I knew the importance. I saw my uncle and I respected so much things about him. Like, listen. So people, when I first started this show, he dressing like Kevin Samuels. Listen, you got me bent. I peeped my uncle out. My uncle worked at, like, let's say, General Motors, right? My uncle went to work and came from work with like slacks on, dress shoes, a shirt like this. And I always check that out and I'm like, this nigga's fly. For real. Women loved him, but he wasn't all out there spread out with all women, right? And he put that in my head. Like, that I didn't get this from Kevin Samuels. I got it from my uncle. My uncle's a fly cat. For real. He dresses like that to this day. To this day. I remember my dad checking my ex-husband. That's what he's there for. That's what he's there for. But listen, the reason I brought that up, I want to say you guys don't realize what you're doing, but in most cases, you're too selfish and you don't care, right? No. I think I got to... I don't. It might not be, Joe. Shit. Shout out to my bro Joe up in this mother. Setting it off. Up in this. That's my guy right there, man. I don't know why it's not registering. It's crazy. Let me refresh that. Yeah, listen. Shout out to Biggs up in this situation too. I apologize, my people. I don't know. Cash App over here tripping on us, like hiding things from us, right? My people keeping this joint going. Listen, we might as well. I'm glad my brother pointed that out. I think that thing needed refreshing or something. Yeah, Biggs too, man. I apologize, man. For some reason, this thing was tripping, but I appreciate the support, Biggs. Okay, she said, what a man, husband, father, provider, protector should be. Okay. Oh, man, this thing is tripping. Oh, DJ, I ain't get it. I don't know what this thing is doing today. I just got it, bro. I just got it. Shout out to my brother DJ. In this mother. Listen, it's time to go through these, man. I don't know what's going on with our technology today. We having issues over here. Listen, my brother DJ said, check this out. Women will never be, you guys need to hear this. Women will never be equal to men, and that's okay. It's like you guys don't know that that's okay. You're not even supposed to be competing against us because you resemble the opposite of what we're attracted to when you compete with us. You know, I'm not even going to get into that. Oftentimes when we touch topics like that, it irritates me a little bit because it's like we're telling you something that we shouldn't even have to tell you. And most of you say you're Christians. No one should have to tell you that you shouldn't be competing against a man. It's not what you were designed for. But yet, here we are, you competing against men. It's crazy. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. Because the ambitious guy that I am, if I was a woman, I would probably be the most feminine, classy woman you've ever seen. Because whatever I am, I'm going to try to be that to the hilt. But yet you guys are trying to be the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be. And listen, you look like it too. You resemble it. You resemble someone trying to be the opposite of a woman. But then you get on social media talking about men ain't shit. Where the good men at? Running from you. Running from you. Tattoo said, do you really think that we competing with men? You're not competing with us. We know that you're trying to. Where do you think the saying men and women are equal come from? Where do you think the saying independent woman? Where do you think that I don't need no man? Yeah, you're definitely trying. It's like this. It's like this. Yeah. See what I'm saying? But we know that they're just, what's the word? Being hypocritical. I guess that'll work. Because I'm going to tell you guys what I'm playing off of. My bro Yippee said, I bet you $1 million that the women in this world would want men to behave in their natural masculine ways if we started getting attacked and they all wanted to be protected. See, this is what we're talking about. That's why you look stupid to us. Because we see it clearly. The elements that you all push us to be masculine in, but then there's the elements where you want to be a leader, and that's stupid. You lead the kids. Don't come at us with that. It's going to lead a man. Sound crazy, to be honest. And you turn us off. But listen, I'm gonna touch back on this. You guys are doing high levels of damage to our society. You know, I want to bring a couple women up here because we can't put our minds around it. We don't know why you do it. How? Hey, give me a thumbs up if you have 2 children by 2 different men. It's not to mock you. I just want to know. Give me a thumbs up if you have 2 children by 2 different men. Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up if you have two different children, 2 children by 2 different men. Because I have a question for you. Respectful question. What am I looking for? Oh, so don't nobody down there. Boy, you people are a piece of work. Okay. I was going to bring you up here anyway. So you bring your ASS on up here. I can't do it, Kiki. Can I? Tattoo says she ain't got Naren children. Kiki. I don't know the words, but you know what I'm talking about. Tell me how your night going.
Pretty good. It's Friday. Praise God.
Listen, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
This may not apply to you. I don't know. What I want to know and what most of the men want to know. I want you to take us through the mindset of a woman going down that path, having 2 children by 2 different men. How does it happen?
You know, I always find myself in these situations where I get up here and we find out it don't quite apply to me. But anyway, how does that happen? My first child, I was very young. Not very young, but pretty much fresh out of high school, 19, 20. My son was maybe 3 months old. I meet my now husband, and we've been together 21 years. So,
okay, yeah, that's completely different. That's completely
yeah,
different.
does that really apply?
Okay, so see, that's what we talking about. See, that's what we talking about that right there. If even 50% of our women made a move like that, we'd be good. We'd be good. Because I don't believe any of those children, did your now husband have time enough to be an influence on your first child's life?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
The odds are slim that any of those children are going to be running around with an extended clip out in society.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Not at all.
That's what I'm saying.
Sundays are for church around here. We have established, ground rules, fundamental rules. My kids talk about it all the time. Like, oh, why do we have to? They know, like, okay.
They say they know.
Like, why you got to talk to dad? And then now they be like, all right, did you talk to dad? Exactly. So,
hey, listen, I want to ask you, are you aware of how big of a deal it is to men? Let me say this right there. Of how big of a deal it is to men that women are just letting men nut in them? On a scale of 1 to 10, how mind-blowing you think that is to men?
Oh, that's a tough one. Mind-blowing that women allow that to happen.
Yeah, how mind-blowing do you think it is for men that women are doing that? When I say that, I mean, like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how mind-blowing do you think it is to men that women are having sex and letting men nut in them?
I don't know. In this generation, I don't think they too shocked by this idea. I don't think they're too shocked by this idea.
Okay. We're not shocked, but we still do. It is common now. But it's mind-blowing because we like, how don't you know better than this? Like, look what one child does to your life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they're doing it today like it's nothing.
Yes, like it's nothing, and wonder why they're not, um, not in the position that they think that they're supposed to be in. Yeah, it's unfortunate because they believe it all makes sense to them. But yeah, like Tattoo said, yes, look at Cardi B. Boy, that's a mess. It's a mess.
See, we're trying to figure out how it happens. Like, do you really think that you can just go out there? He's fine. We in the bed together. And I let him nut in me. Oh, and we're not even talking about no relationship. I just thought he was fine, girl. Okay, and it's another nigga that I see at the club week after next. We try to get inside women's mind and see how that's not absolutely insane to them.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how that's absolutely I don't know how that's not absolutely insane because, but then again, right?
Because
Like
listen,
continue to
we
say.
were taught
Mhm.
that here's how you have a baby. Man gets on top of girl. Man releases his sperm in girl. That's how babies are created. Now, how are you just letting random creeps nut in you? Like, I don't think we'll ever figure it out. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's gonna be the seventh wonder of the world.
Yeah.
Like nobody will ever be able to understand that. They don't even understand that. But I think, but to Tattoo's point, it's because you see women like Cardi B. But the problem is y'all are not at the level of Cardi B. Not that,
Yeah.
and when I even say the level, financial status, because I don't think that she is actually that attractive. Is what I'll
Who?
say.
Cardi B? Cardi B's beautiful.
Yeah.
I like Cardi
I mean,
B. I have a lot of respect for Cardi B because I think she really did want her marriage to work. I have a lot of respect for Cardi B. I remember when I saw her on the thing crying when Offset would, she like break my heart. See, I'm gonna tell you something. Now, I think that Cardi B's occupation forces us to look at her in a different light. But I've seen Cardi B crying about that. I seen Cardi B take him back. You know what I really respected about her? When she was about to divorce him for cheating. I think she's different than what a lot of people think.
But see, that's the part of the problem, right? Dissonance, right? However, that's their profession. They have to have this
Right.
level of dissonance that
Right.
says, I got to sell what I'm selling because I'm an artist,
Yep.
but that ain't really how I get out. You make
Exactly.
a good point there. Yeah, she did want to, I think, it was honorable in that way for her marriage. However, I just think you can't expect that thought process, that lifestyle not to cross over
agree.
into your day-to-day life. It's a huge dissonance. It
It is.
can't exist at the same time.
We have to look at you a certain way just based on what you're saying in your music. You know what I mean? And not only
Yeah.
that, listen to me. You can only say things repetitiously over and over and over. I don't care if it's just lyrics. You can only say things over and over for so long before they become an actual part of who you are.
Yes.
They have books that teach discipline and ambition. And one thing that we know that those books teach is repetition. You do something repetitiously enough over and over and over. They say that that's why you should do it, because those people who aren't ambitious and right, like they have businesses they want to start. They tell you some of those things, do it over and over and over because it'll become a part of who you are. And it's the same thing with Cardi B's profession. You calling yourself bad bitches. I don't cook. I don't clean. You're saying all of these things. It'll take on form in your life. It definitely will. What I respected about Cardi B, what I saw about her, I did see she still had the ability to drop tears. A lot of these chicks, they don't even have any tears left. They've been dehumanized so long ago to where they can't even drop any tears, right? I don't give a fuck. I been had me one on this. They do stuff like that. Cardi B was still dropping tears. She was about to divorce that man, and I had to respect it. You know what I mean?
That's true. That is very much true. That was, like you said, the humanity part and the realness of the marriage. Because that part was the actual marriage. That wasn't the Cardi B part. That was the
I agree.
marriage.
I agree.
So you make a good point there for sure.
I think Cardi, listen. I wanted to build an app where celebrities and notable people could date regular people, and the regular people would already be vetted. They would have jobs of their own. They would already have established their own life. Because I'm going to say this to you. A lot of those people in Hollywood, they don't even know. Listen, the things that make dating tough for us, they're going through it ×5. They don't know that their soulmates are people who work for General Motors. They don't even have a clue. They don't have a clue.
Like missing out on moments.
Missing out.
Standard of superficial, really.
Yep.
You know, that balloon pop show that everybody is viral. You see the little clips. And it was a guy came on there. Looks like a pretty, like, well-spoken, well-put-together guy. And he just happened to have, like, his hat just down a little further. And the number of women that popped their hat simply by just looking at his hat. And he went to speak. He was very well established, spoke well, just said, I work hard, so I kind of wanted to, put on what I put on. It was more of like an urban kind of fit.
Right.
That's into your thing. But they literally popped the balloon because of his hat. Didn't even look beyond that. And then some of the women wanted the balloon back because they were like, wait, damn, now we actually listening to you talk.
Right.
You actually saying something. But that's what
Right.
most women are doing. And here's the problem. They are taking themselves out of the game because right now they can do the choosing. But once you get to 40, 50, and like
You better know it.
multiple children, you've been ran through. Now you're going to be the one that trying to get chose. But they want the young
You better know it. Dang.
more agreeable. So,
And listen, and here's the thing. The crazy part about what people aren't acknowledging, the younger women want the older men. It's called age gap dating. Listen, these women have painted themselves into a corner that they can't get out of. Because now when other girls are seeing these 28-year-old girls dating 40 and 50-year-old men, and they're posting their lives on social media. Now these other girls are like, oh, word, I want that. And they're going for it. It's called age gap dating. Look it up. It's a thing. It's a thing.
it's a real thing. And they don't seem to think that it is a real thing. That at some point you're doing all of this superficial choosing because you still can, because you still look good, fairly good. You still got yourself together, but then you get to a point where, you're not even, if you're still not agreeable.
Yep.
You still being ran through in the midst of this time. You're not becoming a better woman per se, and then you no longer have the ability to choose, and they're not gonna choose you, unfortunately.
Hey, my guy said, study long, study wrong doesn't just apply to dominoes. Like, that's real. You guys playing these games like you got all of this leverage. Women start their decline long before men do. That same man. Okay, I appreciate it, Ricky, for keeping me on my toes. Listen, here's something me and you know. Those girls who pop their balloon, when that man is married, they'll be struggling out there bad.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be able to get married because he's a decent man, right? There's 3 million more women in the United States than there are men. So he's going to score. And to be honest, he was probably up on that show just on some BS. A lot of people go on their show for BS, you know what I mean? I tell people all the time, those people in Hollywood, celebrities, things like that, look at Stephen Curry. Like, his woman is making him look bad all throughout the news and the media. Talking about she wants attention from him, he gets all of the attention and this and that. She go back out there on that dating highway. Lord have mercy. We don't understand, y'all.
Like Lisa Ray.
Listen,
looking like Lisa Ray.
A nigga who's worth $200 million ain't good enough for you.
Say that again. Can you please just say that again for the ones in the back? think
y'all the most selfish creatures on the planet. It's like at this point, what will please y'all? You know what I'm saying?
You know, I'm a woman, and I don't even think I can really answer that question. We're just lost. We're just.
I think that was the perfect wording right there. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You
don't
guys
have a clue.
You guys got involved in something that you should have never gotten involved with. It was the feminism movement. You should have never gotten involved with it.
Yeah. And we should have had, we should have been listening to, Big Mama and them.
Yeah.
Some of the ones that had 50 and 60 marriages. Me and my husband just talked about this. His grandparents were together for, oh my gosh, probably 60 plus years. And we were talking about how when he was younger, he wanted to, there was some family issues. He wanted to go live with his grandmother. She said he told him, that ain't my decision to make. You better talk to your grandpa.
Yep.
And how he just remembers seeing, their model marriage and what it looked like. And, it's just sad that we don't really have that anymore. We got the grandmas trying to be outside with the daughters. My son is 21 and I still
on his top.
Drink with him. Yeah, sir. No, I'm not drinking with you. Go on about your business. I don't care that you can drink. I'm not finna go and be hanging out with you. My daughter, we not finna be matching sets, tied up shirts. No, that's not how. No.
And see, these women are the exact opposite. They're encouraging their children to hang. See, because after you do such significant level of damage to yourself on a dating level, you start feeling alone. And you start, listen, don't think that these women are crazy. You think these women don't really know that it's starting to look like they're going to be by themselves forever? You think they don't know? So my only other option, turn my son into a son husband, right? Mm-hmm. Turn my daughter into my best friend. We dress alike. We have drinks together. And if I see her, listen, don't nobody want to talk about this. A lot of times I tell people, the player hater in women's relationships is the mama that they live with.
Yeah.
Listen, you think she loves you now. She does want the best for you. But you talking about getting in a serious relationship, where that's going to leave me? You the person I usually talk to you when my heart is heavy. You going to move out, mama going to be by herself? You think that's not a real thing? That's real.
And manipulation comes with it, right?
Yep.
Because then it's just like, oh, I didn't make smart decisions in my life, and now you making decisions without me. What about me? Girl, if you're not going to find a place to be, sir, ma'am, find something safe to do.
A lot of people don't understand that that's really taking place. You know what I mean? Because the reason we know, shout out to my bro Ricky over in this situation supporting the show. Bro. Look, Yippee said it is truly despicable. And it is. The reason it's despicable is because we can understand it. Like, people want to see you do good in a lot of cases, but it stings a little for them to see you do better than them. Right?
Yeah.
Your success is evidence of all of the things that they couldn't pull off. And that doesn't feel good a lot of times, especially when we're talking about something that is so important to life. Something that important to life, you talking about I could potentially die alone? I have created an environment where all of the toughest times that come up on us in life, it's starting to look like I'm going to have to deal with those by myself. But I'll be watching Cherie. That nigga won't let her get a hangnail by herself. You think that feels good? My next door neighbor, I see that man come out. That man go off on her if he catch her trying to pull them groceries out of that car. But look at me. You think that won't turn a person into a bitter person? Spiteful.
The irony, it will turn them into a bitter person. But the irony is that they won't have enough introspection enough to say, I wasn't ready to be that type of woman. I don't have what it takes to be that type of woman. I can't be agreeable. I've had this mindset through so long because grandma and them said, I don't need to have no man and I don't need no nigga to do nothing and A, B, C, D, and E. I mean, but the irony is they will never turn inward and say, but I wasn't willing
to be that type of woman. I didn't have what it took to be the type of woman that it takes to be a wife. People, and here's the other part of that, right? Who defines what a wife should be? We don't want to go back to the word. The word is defining who we should be as wives.
100%.
And that's the whole institution of marriage started with God. And the moment we got rid of God, it seemed like, or lukewarm, shall we say? Right?
I agree.
I love God. They can put a post on about God, but don't want to honor His way.
I agree.
Like,
it's easy to say I'm a Christian. It's easy to say that part. But the part, listen, here's the crazy part. If you just look throughout the Bible, you can just be reading the Bible. And as you read, you can say to yourself, if I did this, if I did this, if I did this, dang, I can see where my life would be better. We've gotten too far away from God.
Too far away from God.
I mean, you can look at us and tell. You can look at us and tell. Multiple children by Listen. I know people who have 4. Who was that came up here? Or did I see it? Hold on. What was that? No, that was a Kendra G clip. It wasn't Kendra G. I saw a clip yesterday. I think I have it. They asked, I do have it. They asked the woman, and it's just on a date level, how many kids you have. I don't want to, No, we in order for us to talk, we have to, She said, I have 4 children. And they said, by how many men? We don't have to get into that. But when women say that, we know what that means, right? This woman had 4 children by 4 different men. Like, what was you out in them dating streets doing? And how many ABs have you had? Are you crazy? How many penicillin shots have you had?
They don't have people holding them accountable. I had a friend like that. I love her. God bless her. I love her. I saw her going down that path, and I've gotten better at governing my tongue and telling the truth in love. Because at some point, it was just like, girl, what? It would just come out, and I know that that's not always the best approach. It shuts people down. But at the time, I was like, girl, look, how many times you gonna do this? She had 2 children by 2 different men, and just had another one by like another man. So 3 men, 3 different baby daddies, and she was dating another guy. And I was like, how long we gonna do this? How long we gonna keep playing this game and keep making the same mistakes and doing the same thing? Because why? Why are you gonna keep making the same decision? And she's like, no, I'm not doing that. This is not what's happening. And it kind of shocked her into being mindful of her actions, right? Being mindful of what was actually happening, because she had to face it, right? And we didn't talk for a long time after that. We didn't talk for a really long time, and I've been knowing this woman since preschool. That's how long we've been friends. And it kind of just put like a little rift in our relationship. She still don't really share much about her relationships and that stuff. Now she seems to be with a good guy, and they've been kind of going strong for a moment. But I think she, I kind of, my response wasn't the greatest, but it was the truth. It was the truth, because that's what you were doing. And they don't want to hear that.
My bro just said, that's a good point too. My bro Ricky said, there's women in the church that will get pregnant with no husband, and they'll celebrate her pregnancy with a baby shower with no shame. See, that's why we don't often understand how we can't get you guys to understand. For the most part, guys are being scammed. If you won't pull me to the side and hold me accountable, if you hear that I'm out in society acting wayward, I don't want to go to your church. If the church doesn't assist me in changing, I don't want to be there. I want to be held accountable. Now, my brother brought up a good point. Look at all of these people having these baby showers. Where's the weddings and the fathers to go with these baby showers? You should be ashamed to have a baby shower and the dad ain't nowhere around. Listen, I do remember, like, the church, you used to get shamed for that stuff. You get caught pregnant, it was a bad look. It was a bad look. See, black people involved themselves in a lot of things over the last 40 years that we had no business involving ourselves in. We were better when the white society was doing certain things that we weren't doing. That's why we were married at a higher rate than them. Once we started partaking in certain things, we went down the hill. Like, we celebrate single momhood now. We celebrate it. There go Auntie Baby. How many of you pulled that girl to the side and said, listen, baby, I'm not going to condemn you, but I want you to know it's acceptable, right? How many have done that?
Oof. Jesus, normalize it like that. We've normalized this behavior. We've normalized this situation. We've normalized this thing to where people they can move about. You're right. It's terrible. I listen, like I said, I've been with my husband for 21 years, and sometimes I find it, and that might just be my ego coming in, or just the fact that you kind of expect, right, it not to be a mom and dad in the household. So every time I
and that's nuts right there. That's nuts that we actually expect that.
We do, and it's sometimes it's a burden on our ego. But every email I send to our kids' school, I sign me and my husband's name. I want you to know it's 2 parents in this house.
Come on. And it's crazy that you got to say that, because most of society looks at us like they just know that when they see a woman with the children that she's a single parent. They just know it.
Right. Yeah. I'll be like, my husband, no, they dad. Like, my husband and dad is the same person. It's not 2 different people. Like, we live in the same house, same space, because unfortunately that is the expectation sometimes. And I try to pride. I've been trying to stop using the word pride, but I try to, be grateful and look at things in a way that, you know what, I do have that 2-parent household. I'm thankful to be able to have that.
Right. God.
And I try not to show up as what I look like.
DMP, you better be joking with me. DMP.
Ooh, wait. Look, we want to hear this story. You want to come up, DMP? Because I want to hear it.
DMP said, I just left a bitter woman with 7 kids by 6 different baby daddies. I'm taking it upon myself to believe that you're exaggerating. That better not be true.
Now, so I got a question, or something comes to mind, and tell me if you like what you think. This is looking at that. There are some women that don't believe in ABs. Do you believe that's how that happens? Because
it could be prevented before you even get down that path. Women have 33 different forms of birth control that they can take. If you say, I don't like this one because it makes you put on weight, then you can go allow them to put this up on you. Or you can get this out. There's just they got something called the morning after pill. There's no excuse for that.
You're right. Damn.
That though, listen. 5 of them going to jail. 5 of them going to jail. I'm telling you. She got 7 kids, 5 of them going to jail. And the ones who ain't might be the girls. And they might end up in some type of gangbanging situation depending on where they live. If they in LA, the girls going to be involved in gangbangers, but 5 of them going to jail. It's crazy.
Isn't that crazy that we even have to draw that conclusion? But the reality is, it's true. It's true. And especially if she's a single mother.
Jeez. Like, you had that poontang out on that dating highway with a sign up that says free for all. I don't have much standards. Listen, DMP, what was you doing with this woman? Was she rich? She better have been rich. Hey, listen, Miss I had 2 good points over here. Listen, Miss Karen said they used to put you out of the church for unwed pregnancy. I agree. Listen, my bro did said we were better people. He don't even know. He wasn't even here 2 hours ago when the show. We were better as a people when we were segregated away from white society. 1,000,000%.
They darn near crucify you for saying that, but it takes Charleston White to say we didn't need MLK. I ain't saying it I'm just telling you what Charleston White said. We could have kept what we had to keep, but All right.
We needed to continue being forced to build our own resources, because when we found out, oh, I can go to a white hospital and get treated. Okay, well, now we don't need to build our own. Oh, I can go to a white school. Now we don't need to build our own. But when we weren't allowed to go to theirs, we started building our own stuff.
Yeah.
And the average human being, they will make a way when there is no way. And now we messed up behind segregation, integration. We are messed up people behind that. We've taken on a lot of white America's ways and all kinds of things. We are messed up people. People hate us.
Unfortunately, now they don't. Unfortunately, black people, or no, excuse me, there's a difference. Not black people.
I agree.
Some niggas don't know how to operate in excellence, and so that's why we got to go to the Amazons, the other beauty supply up the street.
Yeah.
We got to do that because unfortunately, you do business with other people of the same color, and they don't know how to act. They ain't got no sense whatsoever.
You messed up people. People see us and they learn to hate us, you know what I mean? Because the behavior is there. The behavior is there. Listen, somebody, listen, who said that? Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Tattoo. Tattoo said, taking them pills like aspirin. Said she got to the point that them day after pills don't even work on her no more.
That's wild. Like that, I cannot even fathom that idea. That doesn't even make sense to me. How does, as a woman of good character, moral character, godly woman?
Oh, ain't no moral character left. You can hang that up. That's been out the door 4 kids ago. That's been gone.
Yeah, you're right.
Jeez. Listen.
Well, look, I guess I'm speaking for myself because I just can't see it. I can't see it.
DMP, what was you doing trying to dig in that anyway? Man, that thing couldn't have been no more good.
Seriously, we need answers. DMP.
We talking about walls is like this.
How did you find? Did you found out too late in the game? Like you just
hey man,
you ended up over there and you saw all these kids.
Listen, that woman had a thrift store going on. I don't understand it. Yeah, Tattoo said, you know he lying. He got to be lying.
Given what we talking about, do you think he lying?
I think it's a possibility that he's not.
The fact, it's a possibility. I believe him. I believe there is a woman out there.
You know what? I'm going to say this, matter of fact. I know somebody who has 8 children by 5 different men. Now that I think about it. So I think that's a form of mental illness. I think a lot of damage has taken place when you allow something to get that far. Like, because that is beyond a life setback. You can't recover from that. You listen. Let me tell every woman this. Any woman down there right now. Let's get this thing on out the way. Turbulence, people. Any woman down there right now who has 5 kids, it's over for you. It's over for you. You can hang it up. I don't care how feminine you get. I don't care how much weight you lose. If you have 5 kids by 4 different men, really, it don't even matter how beautiful you are. You will never have a quality man. That would not. And when I say quality man, I'm talking about a man who is also desirable in the eyes of other attractive women in society. You won't have to worry about that type of man right there. You get that out of your repertoire. You will be dealing with a man who most women are unattracted to. He'll be a simp. He'll be the type who he'll make excuses for it when you cheat on him. You might even be able to slap him or something like that, get into fights with him, things like that. You will not have the caliber of man that is desirable in the eyes of other women. You won't even like him, because the truth of the matter is women aren't attracted to simps. Simps are utilized as a tool, as a resource to make my life easier, but the women don't respect those guys. Women respect men who respect themselves. Women respect leaders. You don't often see the good guy. You don't often see the bad boy getting cheated on with the good guy. It's the good guy getting cheated on with the bad boy. Now, we all know that. Listen, I'm not saying that to be hurtful. I'm telling you guys who have not made it that far yet. If you do, you'll only be good for SEX after that. And the overwhelming majority of men will let you know. Soon as they dismount you when you're on the bed and hit you with the infamous belt buckle jingle. You know what it is. Soon as that man releases and he dismounts you and does one of these, shit, shorty, what you about to get into? That's him letting you know right now you're trash. I can't even stand being around you one more second. That's how I'm kind of disgusted in myself that I had to bust you down, but I needed to bust a nut. So you would do, but immediately after that, I feel convicted and I feel guilty, so I got to get away from you. I don't have anything better to do, but I got to get away from you. Your life will be reduced to that. For those of you who don't know, we're serious when we up here. When we talk about the infamous belt buckle jingle, that is a real thing. A thing is almost a spell that comes over a man. The moment we release, I call it the truth serum. The moment a man releases, it takes him back to a place of factory reset. Even if we had alcohol in us, and the alcohol caused us to be able to overlook all 276 pounds of yours, the alcohol caused us to be able to overlook, that it looked like you had 2 different sets of cheeks on top of your cheeks. You're just huge. You're just disgusting looking. The moment that a man busts his nut, we could see everything about you, every flaw about you that would disgust us. That's why people do this. Shit, shorty, what you about to get into? Because we're so disgusted in ourselves that we can't believe that we mounted you. Now we must leave. Listen, I'm saying this to you guys like this because of this. You don't want to get treated like that. You don't want to get treated like that. We will use you. When you abuse yourself to an extent to where we can find no value in you, I wouldn't dare take you to see my grandmother. I wouldn't dare let my homeboys know I smashed you. When you turn into that type of woman, you have sealed your fate. You're going to have to deal with somebody where you have a decent job. You may be an RN. You're going to have to deal with a man who needs a woman to take care of him. You're going to have to deal with a man who's down on his luck. Maybe he was in addiction, but he's been in recovery for a year now. Those are your options. For those of you who have not made it to that place yet, I'm letting you know where your place is. Shout out to Diz up in this situation, rocking with us, supporting the show. My bro. My bro said we shouldn't have integrated as a people, realistically, no later than the beginning of the 2000s. That's a fact, man. That's a fact. It destroyed us. They even turned us against each other.
Easy.
Crazy work. We need our own social media platforms, right? We need to see the amazing black women are posting that they're cooking for their man. We need to see the men who she was working to. She came in, had to work overtime today. He already had food waiting on her. We need that stuff floating around social media. The stuff we have floating around social media will make even black people hate black women.
Yep.
It's crazy. You got anything else for me?
I don't know. That's well, kind of. So, it was somebody in the chat. He said his wife had 6 kids, 6 baby daddies, but there was some essay involved. Either he can answer, if you care to chime in, right? So, what happens to situations like that? Because he found his wife in her, and so how?
Say it again, because I can't find it. I didn't hear what you said. You said something about 6.
He said his wife had 6 kids, 6 baby daddies. But there was some essay involved.
I don't know about all that now. It wasn't no 6 essays involved now. But hey, I'll say this: if you was able to deal with it, what's your thoughts on that?
I don't know.
She said, well, hey,
I'm getting out of here.
Listen, I'll say this, man. Let's talk from we really do live on Earth, and we seek the best outcomes for our lives while we're on Earth type perspective.
Okay.
I don't see how. I don't know. That woman might have to be really, really, really beautiful. Even that wouldn't work. I don't know. I just say this. You said he found his wife in her.
Yeah, that's his wife. Yeah.
Hey, well, I'm gonna just leave it at that. If you're able to deal with some, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
She said,
from as well.
yeah.
Sydney,
I
not to
think the
put you
person's
on
lying. I don't
blast,
think it's true. I don't think that's
but
true. I don't believe that's true. That's a
you,
troll.
hey, because that's hard.
Yeah.
I don't even got nothing else to say. Good night. Good night. That's all.
You take care, Kiki.
You too.
I have no answers for that. Hey, Paul, I can't read I don't know what that means. It's too much to. That is the dumb ish I heard. If a man have sex with her, he will know if your body count is high. I don't. Yeah, I don't. Ain't no way that man was telling the truth. I ain't even entertaining that. There's no way that man's telling the truth. Nah, that's not even the break in case of emergency tattoo. That's the do not break. You know what? So okay, now they get surgery to reshape it. You know what? You should be ashamed of yourself if you even have to consider getting your bahoo reshaped. You funky. If you know you've done that much damage that you have to go get that thing reshaped, you might as well keep that thing the way it is because even in your you can't go get your mind reshaped. You're a tramp if you have to go get your bahoo reshaped because you annihilated the first one that God gave you. See, I often tell people, yeah, I'm not going for that. My nigga said 7 babies, 6 men. Ricky, you believe? I don't know. I mean, I guess they out there, but man. ah, Buckeye said Plan B smoothies. I'm with you when you're right. Jeez. I think a person like that should be arrested, like dead serious, like, or something. All right, people. If nobody, we've been up here for 4 hours. Any questions? Anybody got any disagreements with the content? Any questions? I don't care. You could. The questions can range from finances to lifestyle to dating. I steer away from politics these days, so we're not going to talk about that. But this is a channel that is geared towards the betterment of us. You know what I mean? Doing better than we did yesterday. That's what we're talking about. Anybody got any questions? Hit me. Come on, Tattoo. The plane. I gotta watch Fantasy. A rerun of Fantasy Island. Where's hold on. Let me hit Ricky on Facebook. Can you woo, woo, woo? The plane, boss, the plane.
So look, I got a quick, this quick thing, real quick.
Come and talk to me.
I saw on Instagram. It was real quick. This, and I thought about you when I was watching it. So this lady she called it. It was a show or something, and she called in and she was saying that she was in her 50s. She had just met this great man. He was the perfect man. He did everything for her, the best man she ever had. And they got married, but they didn't have sex before they got married. And after they got married, she found out that he had ED.
Ooh, that's ugly.
And so
that's
all
ugly.
the women, right? So all the women in the comments was like, "Oh, see, that's men. They want to wait till they thing don't work no more, and then they want to get married. And I would never marry a man who can't get it up." And I mean, just a whole bunch of disparaging comments in there. And I was thinking in my head, like, I would much rather have a man that treat me great. We can figure out the sex stuff.
Right.
And I was kind of just appalled. And that's why when I was typing in the chat, like, women just don't want good men, because it's kind of like you would give up a perfectly good man with something that you could figure out. Like, I do believe.
I think he was wrong. Yeah, he was wrong in not telling her. Yeah.
Right. I think he should have told her, but he probably was scared to tell her because he probably thought she wouldn't be with her, but still he should have told her. But then after that, I just felt like, you know, if all those things that she's saying, like, we gonna figure
like
this
you
out.
said, there's things you can do about that. Like, you know, I'll say this, with where we're at today, with how difficult it is for women to get married and things like that, seriously, you better try to figure that out. You know what I mean? Because they have all kinds of things you can do about ED. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's what I see Kiki, she says it's important. And I agree, it is important. But is it more? And here's the other thing too, that I was, when I was watching the chat, because it was mostly, I mean, when I was reading it, mostly women, but I was thinking, like, even as me being almost 50, like, as a woman, there are things about my body that's changing, right? And so what if my man just said, "Oh, well, it ain't the same like it used to be," or I could go get a 30-year-old who it might be a little different, and, you know, and women, I feel like women never think about the fact that as we get older, our bodies change too.
You know, y'all don't think about, y'all selfish. No, I think I'll say this. That is a major component. Like it could be addressed, but I think he was low down and not saying nothing. Like that's something like that's really bad what he did. That's really, really bad what he did. I see your point. The only way that I see your point is from a perspective of if he had said something, right? Then to me, it would have been kind of ignorant for her to just dismiss the complete notion of the relationship still going on. But the fact that he was deceitful, like, man, somebody would take your life behind something like that.
You think she should divorce him though?
I don't think it would be smart. Not with with what's going on out. Listen, you've heard me. I tell people, listen, Freddy Krueger is waiting out there on that dating highway for people. It's not sweet out there in them dating streets. It's not sweet. If it was sweet, we wouldn't hear all of these women doing all of this complaining. Listen, before you get rid of a man, especially listen. Okay, so we got to take in consideration how old is the woman, because that way we'll be able to determine what other options she has. If she's an older woman, and if she's not that, attractive of a woman, she should probably rethink that. But like the truth of the matter is, what I teach people, we are here to live life. You better not get caught at the end of this life without a partner. I'm telling you, this thing gets bad when people try to tread through this thing by themselves. But I'll say this. I believe if he did that, there's some other things about him that's kind of devious. Like, that's a bad thing to hide. I'd like to know a little bit more about that story. I'd like to know, did he really hide it all the way to marriage?
Well, they never had sex. They didn't. They waited to have sex before they got married. So I don't know. Y'all didn't touch. You ain't try to see if he. I don't know. That just seemed weird. Like y'all didn't have no type of intimate contact at all. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
No, that's a little too much. But I do think this. I think the only reason I say she should leave him, because if he lied about something that big, you need to know what else he lied about. Like, that's huge. That is huge. You know what? In that one case right there, I'd leave him. I'd have her leave him, because that's diabolical. Because it seems premeditated. Because he was probably telling her, I don't believe in having sex until I'm married and da 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 da. But the whole reason was because this was premeditated. So that right there is a shot to your character as a whole. You know what I mean? Because I have to do it like this. I have to look from the perspective of a woman who has went through her stages and her stuff is always dry. Listen, I didn't sign up for that. I did not. Her, according to her religion, she don't believe in giving blowjobs. Hey, I didn't sign up for all of this. And I'm probably cutting out.
Yeah, you're right. I think you're right, Stacey. And of course, those are important conversations that you should be having up front. But I think you might be right about the fact that it was premeditated, because he probably thought like once he married her, then she wouldn't leave him.
That's why he did it.
Yeah. I ain't think about it like that. Because I was definitely like on his, not on his side, but I was just thinking like, girl, you can figure that out. But
no, I do see what you're saying. You looking at it from a perspective of how essential it is to have a life partner. Like, I encourage people to start looking at it like that. Like, y'all better stop playing out here. It's brutal out there on them dating streets, and everybody keeps coming up telling us. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you eat today?
What I eat today?
What'd you eat?
I had Chick-fil-A. What's wrong with Chick-fil-A?
I was about to say that Negro need to be whooping you, and then you gonna double down on it.
I had salad.
I guess, but why couldn't you eat something better than that? Stop eating fast. Stop eating processed food. It's processed food.
I gotta work on that.
I
work a lot, so it's like I don't have
time. I don't want to hear it. Make time. Do better, because this processed food that they're feeding us. There's a reason why they did a thing in Russia. Is it Sweden, Russia, and several other places? The same places that they have over there, the same foods, the same candy bars, the same Gatorades and things like that. They did a comparison of the ingredients that's in theirs versus the ingredients in ours. Our stuff got like 10 and 11 additional chemicals in ours aside of theirs do. They're banned over there. Like these people, I don't want to say the KILL word, but they're taking us out, and it's all for money. You know what I mean? Fast food is big business because, like what you just said, I work a lot, so that makes it convenient. Look at how many other people there are like you. So it comes to a place to where, in order to get this out conveniently, we gotta reduce the quality of what we feed people. Listen, start meal prepping. Do you know how much money you'll save meal prepping?
A lot, because I spend a lot of money eating fast food.
You just like my little brother. Every time I'm on the phone with him, hey, hold on, bro. Yes, ma'am. I would like a Like, nigga, again? For real. Like, listen, I want you to put more healthy stuff in your body because it is your body.
Absolutely.
It's going to affect your mind, your thinking, and all of that until they come out and really tell us the truth about what these artificial preservatives and food coloring and things like that is doing to us. Because if you really, really knew, you wouldn't. Listen, I do not eat out. I do not. Tell me what's the best candy bar on the planet. I'm going to give you two.
So for me, the best candy bar
on the planet. God. I'm going to give you two.
For my favorite candy bar ever is a whatchamacallit and a Heath bar.
Okay, somebody else said Heath. Was that you last week to say Heath?
It wasn't.
Okay, somebody said Heath last week. I give you Heath on, whatchamacallit. I'll give you a whatchamacallit, probably number, I will slide whatchamacallit in on a number 5. Okay. Listen, if I gave up sugar, and that's why I gave it all up. Like, I'm a cold turkey type of dude. Listen, if you have never had a fast break, go get you a fast break.
That's a candy bar?
Yes, the texture, everything. It's an orange wrapper. But before fast break, my favorite candy bars used to be Snickers and Twix. Mm-hmm. Listen, I take a Snickers, I lay it on its side, and I take a knife and I slash it down the middle, separate the nut part from the caramel part. Then I wipe peanut butter. Listen.
Bad peanut butter stick it in.
It ain't the same. Listen. Then I pour a honey on top of the peanut butter and I mesh it all back together. And I chop it up into little cubes and I eat it like cubes.
That's way too much work. Lord.
You enjoy the rest of your weekend, sweetie.
All right, you too.
You take care. Egg Reese's. I think I heard of that. I think that come around Easter time, don't it? Yeah, it is. It is, Kiki. It's real important. Like, hey, you coming up in the bedroom with me. We peeling paint off the walls. Yeah, my grandfather was still getting down at the age of 84, so I'm looking to a long, fruitful life. Right? Hey, Ricky, I tried to go over here and get in your Facebook. Where is it at? Where's the search? Oh, there you go. There you go. Ricky, you ain't even over here. Ricky, where you at on Facebook, didn't you? Ricky, how come I can't find you on Facebook? Everything that we like ain't good for us. Most of the overwhelming majority of the things that we like are not good for us. Yeah, I know, bro. I know. I don't know why it ain't coming up. Oh, you know what? I think I know why. Okay, let me do this. I know what to do. Is my guy live right now? I ought to pull him in on this stream. Listen, I've been letting you guys down here lately too. I really do think that we're not going to do a show on the weekend. I got to get you guys these clips. That's how most of you guys started rocking with me in the first place. It's been hard. Listen, this thing that we do every day is hard. It's hard, so then you have to do the clips that you guys like. So I'm going to spend probably all day tomorrow and all day Ricky been rocking with me. Let me friend him. That's probably why I can't find his thing. Hey, listen. Let's go 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Hey, y'all be clowning on some of these posts too. I wish I could show this. Hey, listen, and I want to say this before we go too. Those of you, I know it's a big thing right now. I want a lot of you to start thinking about this Charlie Kirk thing. I want you to start getting that up off of your heart. Like, I want you to, like, seriously. Dang, they didn't even hear it. We've been froze for the longest. Yes, vending machines is a good investment, especially if you're good at strategically locating them, and if you have it in you to be patient in the beginning. You get about 10, 15 vending machines. Listen, those coins add up, seriously. And it's low liability. What was I saying? Listen, those of you guys listen, I want you guys, even if you don't know you've been affected by this Charlie Kirk conversation, I want you guys to, pull yourself to the side and ask yourself, has it been affecting you? Getting into it with people about that stuff, this and that. Don't let that affect your soul, because it really will. That stuff will affect your soul. There you go, Ricky. It doesn't matter if you're for Charlie Kirk or against. There's a lot of bad energy attached to that whole conversation. And I don't know, for those of you who believe in, Tattoo said, it's a lot of dark energy attached to that thing, and it can affect you more than what you really believe. You're being affected. It really can. You can take it home with you. You could take it into your soul. The devil is involved in that conversation. I'm telling you guys, because I don't want you to allow that thing to change certain aspects of you. That conversation, and yes, it's something that if I were you, I would assess whether or not I need to pull away from that conversation. All right, people, it seems like there's no more comments. I mean, questions. I'm going to give them a minute. Anybody got any more questions? My people have... Trigger Man. That boy said Trigger Man. I appreciate you, my guy. Okay. Go ahead, Miss Matt. Come and talk to me. Listen, for those of you who aren't familiar with the show, I know a lot of hums to a song or some of the hook, but I don't know the rest of the hook. I don't know. So, I don't know. What is it? Some type of dyslexia or something. Miss Nikki K, come back, Nikki. Come back.
Morning. How you doing, sir?
You know life is amazing over here. Tell me how you feeling.
I'm doing good. I'm doing wonderful.
That's what I'm
Wonderful.
talking about. Talk to me.
Good. Always good to see you. Always good to hear from you.
Likewise, you already know what it is. We've been doing this for some years, ain't we?
Everybody's ministry not gonna be in no pulpit in no church.
Hey, talk to me.
The word say he got sheep that's not of his fold. So hey, but I want to ask you, are you going to stay on TikTok, or because of the changes, are you going to move over to YouTube? Because I plan to deactivate my TikTok account based on all these changes that they're making. I'm probably not the only one curious.
Nah, I've been abandoned TikTok. I've been abandoned TikTok. Like it's only I think TikTok is good for people who are content creators who want to go viral so that they can transfer their following to, I don't know, the monetary platforms. But yeah.
Well, I'll be following you over YouTube. I do have my own platform that I started. It's called the Virtuous Woman Academy. They want to put it connected to my profile, but I will continue to, those of you that support your platform and support your message and your mission, I will continue to support you.
I always rock with you, Miss Matt. Make sure that I know. You said the Virtuous Woman Academy?
Virtuous Woman Academy. I send the link.
Do that. Send me a link so I can follow it.
And I don't want all y'all helpers following me. Please don't follow me. But
no, that's right.
I hope to get my own platform. I'm gonna maybe have you on a guest. We'll talk more about it.
No doubt about it.
But I really enjoyed your ministry and the work that you do. And don't be weary in well doing.
You already know. You already know. Love you much, Miss Matt.
You too. Bye bye.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna bring one more person up here.
My brother, I just wanted to come up here and give you your kudos because I'm gonna tell you, every single day I'm on that gram when you posting, and you just posting some like real stuff. Like
I appreciate you, my brother. Man, I appreciate you, man.
I'm like, a brother's out here posting like the way, man, just the way your whole program is, right? Yeah, TikTok ain't for you, but your FB and your gram, bro, I be on there every day when you be posting that stuff. I be like, got him.
I appreciate the support, my bro. I appreciate the support.
They be over there talking crazy, and you be like, you play the little video, and then I like when you say, back to the show.
It's like this, bro. Like, we all, as we mature, we have to come to a place where we're impartial.
Yeah.
Because me, you, there's things that we don't know. The way we get that, see, here's what I do. I'll hear something or I'll read something. I do a lot of reading. And in order to get it down to the absolute closest part of truth that it could be, I'll take myself out of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say, okay, statistics says this, and that. Historical data says this. Like, I'll give you an example. When I tell women it's foolish, if you've been in a relationship with a man for 2-3 years, you got one or two children by him, and you catch that man cheating once, or you find a condom, and upon investigation, you find out he's cheated 2 other times. I'm not saying this to be selfish. I'm saying if you look based on history, if you look based on the statistics, it is stupid for you to leave that man who you already know everything about, who you've already been a part of his life, who you already have kids by, to jump back out there on those streets and see what's waiting on you out there when you already know everything you need to know about this man. So I often take myself out of it, and I'll do some research, and whatever the research and things like that suggest, whatever suggests that this thing creates the best outcome that we can get, that's what I roll with. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this. Because I know, like yourself, myself, other brothers I frequent their lives and sisters.
Right.
We understand that the number one goal is marriage, right? So marriage is the goal. But then we look at what's reality. We have, in today's society, we have women giving it away freely. We have women who are leaving men.
Yep.
We have women who are in the dating market that have children, right? So, absent a woman having enough discipline to require marriage, right? What would you say to a woman who obviously has a body count, because most women we run into have a body count?
No doubt.
What can she do to redeem herself so that she can get a quality man with that body count and with her children?
That's actually a really good question. The problem that we've been having with that, most women are delusional, right? So, because the reason I say that is, to answer your question, I would say this. First, she needs to identify the things about her that would make her unpleasant in the eyes of a man. But the problem that we have about that is, when we interview these women, most women, they can't, they lie, and they act like they don't have any flaws and things like that. And until you identify those flaws and start working on them, you'll be unsavory in the eyes of men, which will make it more difficult. So I'm going to speak to that in the context that we're talking about a woman who is humble, a woman who can acknowledge some of the flaws that she has. If you are a woman and you got kind of out there, you did get out there on those dating streets and you created a pretty high body count for yourself, but later on you came into an understanding. You might have even developed a relationship with God, not some holy roller, but I'm talking about you're starting to understand it's time for me to get married. I desire somebody. Let's just say that if I were to ask you, you could be honest and you could say, well, the things about me that might irritate a man, I have a smart mouth sometimes. And another thing, if I was to ask you what's the second thing, you were to say, well, I'm controlling. Okay, we'll take those two things. It's very, very easy to get online, do the research to see how you can overcome being a mouthy woman, see how you can overcome being a controlling woman. Once you start working on those things, exercising those things. Now, here's the icing on the cake that you put on, because I don't want women to wait until they're perfect. Wait until I perfect my mouth. Wait until I perfect being controlling. No, a man just needs to be able to see that it's something that you're making progress and working on. Once you're even working on those things, these are the things. Listen, I don't care. No man can lie about this. A woman with a body count, if that woman learns to be nice, if that woman loses some of her weight, I swear she can get locked down. She can get locked down. Men are visual creatures. We only want to be treated right. A man will overlook your body count if whenever he encounters you, he can say, every time I'm around her, I feel good though. She give me compliments. Be that woman. And a man will look aside to your stuff and he will lock you down.
I'll say this before I go to bed. I think the problem with our women is this. I think women need to understand the personal growth that you do for yourself, your education, your recentering, whatever y'all do to do whatever y'all do. Then you come back to the dating market and you think that that gives you a ticket to go for a man that is high value when you are not looking at the men that you really should be looking at. So you can't be submissive to an average man, because you hear women say, and this has always baffled me, Brother Prince, is women say, well, I can only be submissive to a man
I hear that
is a leader. Well, my question then, why are you with a man that's not a leader?
Right.
Because it's like, okay, I get it. Not every man is a leader, right? But if you're still out here dating men that are not leaders, but you're in a relationship means you're supposed to be submissive.
Right.
You get into a relationship and you say, well, I couldn't follow him because he wasn't a leader, but you gave him your body. Mm-hmm. And I think what women have to understand is that all fine and dandy, you went out here and did all this great work. You went to the mountains of Utah and you did hums and mums and all this other stuff. But to a man, he just wants you to respect him. If he's going to provide for you and your children, he still needs to be able to lead that household.
Right.
He has rule over your children, over you.
100%.
And you have to understand that actually the average man is actually a high value man to you, because your value is actually lower because of your body count and your children that you have.
Right.
So if you get an average man, you're not settling. You actually have dated up. Brother, thank you, man. And I appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Take care, brother. Hey, Browntown, stop it. Hey, sometimes I look down these comments and these people keep me going. Browntown said you can lead her to the bedroom. My brother Ricky said, when you created your platform, did you feel it was a calling or you just did your thing? Nah, brother, I've been like this. That's a good question. I had a burning, I thought I could fix the community, man. That's what I thought. Like, listen, my notepads on my phone, it is not like the average person's notepad. Let me see. In my notepads on my phones, just as it pertains to ideas and damn, stuff frozen. In my notepads, I have 6,434 notes. Right? I have 604,034 notes in my notepads, ranging from inventions, ranging from what we can do better, ranging from so I just I felt like I had a lot of information, and I felt like I have a sheer passion and desire to help us get to a better place, right? And what the late great Kevin Samuels helped me do, like my view on women in these things, I believe that I've been walking in this way longer than Kevin Samuels probably was. The mother, I didn't play. A lot of this behavior we see, I didn't play it. I've had one girlfriend my entire life. Because what I saw happening in the black community, I was like, I wouldn't dare. I'm talking about some good girls too, but nonetheless, that disobedient, alpha female energy, no, right? I was walking in that. What the late, great Kevin Samuel showed me, that who I was, you could speak it out loud. I always knew that if I spoke my truth out loud, it'll rock some people, you know what I mean? My ideologies, my viewpoints, I knew people. But the late, great Kevin Samuels paved the way for me. By the time he was done, I might have sounded like an altar boy, you know what I mean? So, yeah. I felt like it was real important to do this work, man. I have even bigger things in store, man. This work is important, man, because we're not terrible people, man. We're not bad people. Some things have happened to us. And there are methods and institutions that need to be put in place by us to help us come out of our darkness, man. And that's my mission. That's my mission. My mission is first to serve the Lord our God, Jehovah, and be what he would have me be. And, with his assistance, I can help the black community, be what we need to be, or at least give it my shot. Yeah, listen. Apple said, I'm definitely learning that marriage is for maturity, and I try to pray every day about it. That's good. Keep prayer in your life, seriously, because we're out here on this wicked world, and we don't even acknowledge how much we're getting bombarded with evil spirits, negative energy, and things like that. Some of you have gotten in arguments with your sisters, your girlfriends, or your little brothers, and it was about something that even had nothing to do with them. It was just that you was on social media when you was at work, and about the Charlie Kirk stuff. You don't even know it, but the energy attached itself to you. By the time you made it already home, you don't even know that there's already a type of spirit on you, and the least thing that they do now. I'm just saying, we got to be aware that we're walking amongst spirits. We have to be aware of that, and we can't be looking at that like, oh, that's rhetoric. No, we are amongst principalities, spiritual wickedness in high places. Like, look what's going on. Look at this murky feeling that's amongst us. Yeah. That's actually a good demise. That's actually a good point. They don't tell you that they already dated leaders and still didn't work out. Like, listen, if you look at it, These women have ran through good men. Good men. We got clips on the accounts like Summer. What is that? Which one is that? Which one is that? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, look, watch this. No, that's not it. Yeah, here it is right here. Listen, we got clips right here. Watch this. You guys see what I'm saying? They've ran through the good man. This woman said he earned a good living. He didn't have any kids. He was handsome. They have. Listen. Damaj. They've ran through the good men, but he wasn't good enough. I want a good man whose cock is 3 inches. Now his cock, it was 7 inches long, and he made me come all the time. But you know what? Over the course of being with him, I've developed a hankering for a good man with a 9-inch cock. Got that man. You know what? I want a good man with a 9-inch cock, with a 9-inch cock, and he makes $150,000 a year. See, these people have ran through their guy already, and they'll never get him again. They'll never get him again. That's what's up, brother. You inspire me. If I were to try to do my thing on a platform, what advice would you give me? I'm all ears. Brother, you don't want to hear these horror stories. Hey, listen to me, bro. Bro, do you see this? Do you see this? 1, 2, 3, 4. You got to be really, 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 really serious about this, because there's women who have text me, I'm trying to come kiss that. I got to do the show. Want to go out to eat? I got to do the show. Listen, when I'd like to relax, not only do I have to do the show, but after I do the show, I got to go through something that, in my opinion, is one of the hardest jobs out there right now. The editing. A lot of you guys wouldn't know about me if I wasn't editing these short clips from our long form shows and pushing them out there. So listen, if you don't believe that this is something you can push your heart into, don't even try this. Don't even try this. We're not even talking about the buying the equipment part. But if you really wanted to attempt it, I'd say this. It's going to cost a social media influencer, editor. It's going to cost. It's going to cost you around $1,000 a month just to get that person to chop up your content. You're going to film a whole show, have that person help you go through it so you can find the best 60-second to 3-minute clips, take them out, put the captions on it, put the music, your own music behind it, if that's what you want to do. Put the title of on there, and however many social media platforms you are on, that person is going to have to load it up through there, so it is not for the weary. I'll prove it to you. Studies show that 500,000 podcasts are started a year. only 12% of them make it past the 3rd episode. So go into it looking at it like this is a horror story. If you don't really love this thing, if you're not really, really passionate about the message that you have to put out there, listen, and whatever you're going to speak on, it has to be a niche that either you know a lot about or no, you're going to have to learn about, you're going to have to know a lot about it in order for people to be able to receive your message in confidence. Because if you get up there and you only know that much about it as the average person, they're going to listen to you and they're going to be like, he don't know anymore. I commend him for getting up there, but he doesn't know any more about it than I do. So whatever you're going to talk about it, let it be your expertise. Let it be something that you're good in already. Listen, people, we're about to get up out of here. Whatever your talent is, brother, whatever you know that God blessed you in, that is what you should be focusing on. If you're into, if you know a lot about rebuilding car engines, talk about that on your show, right? Whatever it is that you're good in. Because if you automatically know a lot, if you're a barber, you're going to automatically know more about that than the average person, and they're going to be able to listen and tell, okay, he knows a lot about this. Listen, people, we're about to get up out of here. I appreciate you guys rocking out with us. Are you really favored? Favored. OAA. Are you really favored? Sexy mama.
Goodbye.
Many have wondered why Satan was played by a woman in the Passion of the Christ.
You fucking crazy, man. You sound insane. You realize that? You should be medicated.
What kind of stupid ass question is that?
Goodbye.